And we are back. Okay, let's get everything sorted again. Again. Okay, YouTube. Twitch. Okay, let's fix this one. And Trovo will leave like that. The heck is Andy messaging me? Andy, you're nuts. Oh my God. By the way, coverage begins at 8:30 Eastern. So we're going to watch this for now. Still got 40 minutes. We'll chill out. We're going to stop the coverage of the second attempt for the launch of the Dragon with the crew on board. 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut. And I think, don't quote me, but I think it's like 12:35-ish a.m. Thursday morning. That is the projected time for the launch. So we shall see. Hopefully it doesn't stop and scrub at 2 minutes and 12 seconds like the other night. Oh my gosh. We were watching for hours and all of a sudden with 2 minutes and 12 seconds, scrub. They couldn't spark the fire. They couldn't spark the fire. It's, you know, the ignition didn't want to ignite. Oh, God. I haven't eaten all day. Meatloaf's in the oven. But I had to have apple pie and coffee. I can't resist. I can't take it. I haven't eaten. What's up, goat? Oh, so good. So, it's going to be a long night. At least 5 hours from now. We'll be streaming for the next 5 hours. You just ate? I haven't eaten yet. I'm freaking out. All day, I didn't eat. Nothing. Zero. I've been drinking a lot of coffee. But I got the meatloaf in the oven with potatoes. And white rice is done. So I just... Which I don't care because you guys will be busy watching the coverage while I can get off the screen and eat. Because I don't think that's a cool thing to like eat while streaming. I don't necessarily care, but I know people don't like it. I'm just saying. Why the hell is he eating and streaming at the same time? Can't he just do that off camera and off the mic so we don't have to hear him slurping and chewing and eating and trying to talk? I get it. I get it. But I'm such a fast-moving person. So much happens at any given moment. I don't have time. For real. But then again, you know, there's the simple thing. I wish I had the cap. I could show it on the screen. It's kind of a brand that kind of gets my expression. My camera's really small, isn't it? You can barely see me. Good. Mo would say the smaller the better. Maria would not agree with that statement. Oh shit, where is it? Right here. So this is what you've been seeing a lot on KGRA. Hosts are promoting it. You know what I'm saying. I saw that, Noel. I seen that. So I would say if people have some complaints about it, this is a product called Fuel Up, but just look at the label. Enough said. Or shown. Too much information. That stuff really is good though. I use it. It perks me up. It gets me not jittery. It really helps. I gotta take it more often though. Chris DePerno's hair is turning black again. What the? I don't know. It's kind of odd. And I don't think he's dyeing his hair. Unless he's using Hair Club for Men and he's just like brushing it in. You never know. I'm just saying. And no, I think it was one night I wasn't paying attention to chat. I was gaming or something. And you thought I forgot about you. I didn't forget about you. It was my fault. For lack of attention. Because when I get into the gaming, I zone. I'm like concentrating. It's not like I'm one of these 18-year-olds that can just like play at fast speeds without suffering from seizures. It's like moving so fast. Like Fortnite, I can't play Fortnite. I'll have a seizure. It's just too quick of a movement for me. I'm like, my eyes take times to adjust now. So we're on Rumble, Trovo, Twitch, and YouTube right now. Andy, don't be sending me stuff on Skype that I'm going to get banned on YouTube. You know I can't show that on that platform. But the one thing I can guarantee, anything Andy sends, I always get a good laugh out of. And it's good to have that. It's great. If anything I can laugh at when he sends me that, it's just instantaneous. What's up for? Those who know Andy know what I'm talking about. He sends the most funniest, hilarious, crazy stuff. I'm just wondering what he just sent me now. Oh, hell no, I'm not showing that. Oh, my God. Oh, man, maybe when we're off YouTube, but I don't even know if we could do it then. Oh. So, at 8:30, coverage begins. Now, the meatloaf won't be ready till 10 o'clock tonight because of the nonsense that went on over here. But I'm going to be up till 2 in the morning, so what the heck? I could eat dinner at about 10. Oh, my God. That better be Tycho. Oh, thank God it's you because I saw that door open in the mirror, and it's you. Oh, my gosh. I saw the door open in the mirror over there. I was like, what is that? It's him. I just took you outside. You just went outside just now before I started the stream. Yeah, go walk. Are you kidding? Yeah, we're about to watch for 5 hours, so I have this up for the meantime, but coverage begins. You can't make it full screen right now. 8:30. So in 31 minutes and 38 seconds, we start the coverage. But for now, we're watching that. It's a beautiful sunset. I mean, at least it's something. For now. But yeah, we're going to the coverage in half hour to answer your question for. Hopefully it goes and takes off tonight. I know some of you were here for that night with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. I was like, wow. I could have been sleeping. I think it was at 1:45 a.m. It was scheduled to launch, and with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. It happens. How do I get a video on my phone? So, easy. Maybe. Depends on how you share on your phone when you click the video. Like, go to your gallery, click on the video, and there should be a share thing icon. And you can share it to email, which is skywatcher@kgradb.com. That'd probably be the best way. You should have a share option on the video. Or, yeah, that's probably the best way. So, if it's possible, you could do it that way. If you had Skype, you could do it through Skype. I don't know if we have Skype. And we would have to privately message each other for me to give you the Skype, my Skype. So try it. See if that works. What is that? Is that the Venus? Is that the... Look on the left side of the screen. I know there's something going on with like a close alignment. I wonder if that's it. Or is it a balloon? I don't know. Let me stop. All right, hold on. I'll put it in chat. I don't like putting it in chat because SKYWATCHER at KGRADB.com. Yeah, I know it's tough with the New York accent. Trust me, I know. So, messes everybody up. But try it that way. Oh my God. Tara, you know, I just put that together in your message on Skype. That's crazy. How long? Tara, how long has it been? The last message we did, can you freaking believe it? Was November 15, 2018. Holy Oh, there comes an incoming. That's unbelievable. That's 4.5 years ago. Fucking years is right. Oh my God. When did we meet? Like in 2015, 16? All right, hold on. I gotta do something for a host. Oh boy, it must be the short one. I could tell the difference between the walks of Mom and Kendrick. I could tell it's Mom coming in the room without even looking.
He's not eating the hot dogs.
All right, so there's chopped meat in the freezer. It's not frozen yet. Fry them up a couple of burgers.
So I put some chicken in there too.
Oh my gosh, it has been that long. All right, hold on. I'm doing something. Oh no. Oops. Oops. That's old. I don't see the email. What's going on? Okay. I tested Sean for Friday. His audio video is superb.
like it.
Okay. Does anybody know about this alignment? Because it looks like something's going on the left side of the screen.
Right, let me take this boots out.
There has to be something going on. Let me look. There's got to be some kind of an alignment. I don't know, but there's something going on. Unless one of you. It is Jupiter and Venus, huh? I thought so. That looks beautiful. And there it is. I just found it. And it brings it is Venus and Jupiter. It's right here. Planetary duo to shine in the night sky as season changes. And there it is. The convergence of Jupiter and Venus this week will be akin to the Christmas star. So they're both going to converge eventually and be shining together. The conjunction because it swings. Wow, that's exactly what it is. That is cool. That is cool. To me, it is at least. And Timmy, you're right. And Noel was right. Lone Wanderer. I know her real name, but I'm not going to say it. Because I don't know if she wants me to say it. Protecting identities. So, that's pretty cool. But again, in less than a half hour, we're going to be covering... we will stream the upcoming launch tonight, at least scheduled launch, hopefully, of the crew, 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut, going up to the ISS. I think it's around 12:35 Eastern AM. I got it. I totally get it. So I'm not gonna say it. I hear you. And I totally respect it. That's why I didn't do it. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Look at that beautiful sunset. Look at the colors. Look how that looks awesome. No, I won't slip up. Unless I have a few German beers, then all bets are off. I'm sorry, but I won't. I agree, Mike. I hope there's no scrub tonight. That kind of, like I was saying earlier, with 2 minutes and 12 seconds, and everybody was up like, I'm going to bed. Matter of fact, we should check something out. We definitely should check something out. Let's see if it's a concern. I hope it's not. I don't even want to look because I'm scared. Oh, it should be perfect. So, the conditions look pretty good in Florida, Space Coast. So, it's right here. It looks fine. There's no thunderstorms. There's no... Now, the wind is a different issue. Okay, so the winds are coming up. Wow, it's beautiful. 71 degrees there. Let's see the wind gusts. I don't see anything. So it looks like the weather's cooperating for tonight for the launch. The satellite looks good. The radar definitely is going to look good. There's nothing on the radar. So yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't think weather's an issue tonight. You know, that's a great question. I think it's not so much about the takeoff. I think it's about emergencies coming back in. They just don't want no issues. They just, totally cover everything they possibly can. I'm just reading the comments, all of them. So, like I said, hopefully everything is going to go well tonight. Now, I'm going to move the camera around because we're going to get ready to cover what's happening in a few minutes. In about 20 minutes, the coverage will begin. It's mostly covering there. Yeah, they have to think of all the possible things that can go wrong. And it's just precautionary. So, like I said, you never know. I just really am enjoying seeing Jupiter and Venus like that. That's pretty cool. And that sunset is really stunning. It really is beautiful. But it's so hot in here from my wood stove that I really need to go change. Because I'm already dying in here wearing this thing in here. It's hot. There's no way I'm going to sit here and suffer for the next 5 hours. So I'll be right back. No way. Maybe we have a shirt right here. No? Do we? What is this? What the hell shirt is this one? Why not? We could do this. That means we must change hats. This is a number 99. It's an old one, but it's a number 99. Now I gotta find out where my matching. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Much better. Much better. The 2 minutes to meatloaf. What's up, C? So, obviously, people in each chat, you hear me addressing individuals because we've got 4 chats going on. And obviously, there are people in different chats. Now, this dumbass was chopping onions before, and I wear contact lenses for visual. And I just think that I just messed up my eye by rubbing it, and I think, even though you wash your hands, that onion stuff is, forget about it. Forget about it. I can't wait to eat meatloaf tonight, Goat. You have no idea. I'm starving. So yeah, we're going to be covering it very soon. It's so warm in here, I might have to open that door. That's how warm it is in here. I put too much wood in the wood stove. It's blazing in here. Speaking of blaze. Oh, I got to do a show file. Anyway. I'm going to try my first stream tonight playing God of War Ragnarok. Cool. Good luck. Have fun. So, you do your meatloaf with spinach and tomatoes. Sometimes you do the classic 1951 with the carrots and peas and corn, but that's only when I'm cosplaying Fallout. Oh my God. See, I do my meatloaf, and everybody cooks in their own way. But hold on, I've got to do this because I'm going to be in big trouble. Oh my God, this cannot be possible. Am I that behind? No. Let me just check something quick. I can't fall behind. All right, I did this file. That's good. Now we got to do another one. I only have to worry about audio tonight. Eric is taking care of the video files. Uh-oh. Tony just set that up. I'll do that. Oh, man. It might go downhill now. I've got to set up this show for Friday. Because I got to send the link to the guest. This is the way it is. I need that salad you make. Haven't had it in years. Well, I hear you. The chicken, you're talking about the chicken salad, right? I know you are. The chicken cutlets. The salad I used to make that was, oh my God, slamming. All right, hold on. I've got to just set this up. This ain't gonna take long. All right. Maybe 5 minutes. At least I don't have to worry about the station. Today's the 1st. Okay, so Friday's the 3rd. I can't believe we're in March already. Wild. Copy. Paste. I don't want to put that. I'm now so hungry. You guys talk about food. Now I'm really freaking out. But you started it, Bill. But you guys are instigating. I'm kidding. This isn't that going to take that long. Setting it up is not, doesn't take long. It's the editing that takes a minute. Okay, save. Now we have to go in here. And that's a beautiful sunset. That is awesome. Add and add and good and save and done. Now we got to go in. No, not like, well, it's not like it's producing as rocket science, but it is a lot of tedious work. And that's, oh, Tony's in there. He's setting up the stream. I'm out. See you, Tony. Okay. He was in the studio when I just went in backstage. He didn't even see me. Okay. What? What do you mean my package was delivered now? When? Where? What? By garage. I gotta go check the garage. Something came. It's just insane, I swear. What the hell was I gonna do? I gotta email the guy the thing. What thing? What happened, Ma? Okay, that's done. Now we need to go outside. Okay, you just sent me something in an email? Are you playing with your Traeger? Are you doing something? I just got something. It's got to be from you. Whatever it is was quick. What was that a launch of?
That's got to be on the news tonight.
Starlink or something? Could have been a Starlink launch. It looks like that. That's pretty cool. It's definitely a launch.
That's got to be on the news tonight.
It's got to be a launch of some kind. Oh yeah, the lasagna. Heck yeah.
What is that thing behind it?
I can actually analyze that. Hold on.
That's got to be on the news tonight.
Hold on. Let's see. Let's go by 100. Okay. Let's get rid of the bottom.
What is that thing behind it?
Shit. We have to loop it. That's why.
That's got to be on the news tonight.
I'm going to loop it.
What is that thing behind it? That's got to be on the news tonight.
We're going to mute the audio. Now I'm going to play with the clip. 100. Let's go on the bottom by 100. And let's get rid of this side by 100. And now let's look at the clip. Man, what is it?
This, his isn't this. Can I give it to Ty?
You can give it to him. Yeah.
I cleaned it, so.
Okay, you could do it.
No, only because you're there. Don't tell me again.
No, you can.
Get sick. Tycho, come on.
I'm trying to play with filters. There had to be a launch of some kind. There just had to be. Oh, the anti-flickering is not going to work. Anyway, that's still a cool clip. Wow, look at this beautiful night, too. It was the rocket booster. It was the Falcon Heavy. 53 satellites out of California. I knew it. You could tell. You could see it. Thank you for sending that, though. Damn, I could smell that meatloaf. Oh, we're gonna be starting soon. 5 minutes. 5 minutes coverage of. I think it's the NASA feed. I'd rather go to SpaceX. I don't think SpaceX is starting till an hour before though. But how I make my meatloaf? Now you know some people put eggs. You know you could put anything. I make mine tonight very quick and simple. I take the ground beef. I don't make brown. I make red. And I chop onions. And I put all the seasonings in there. I put breadcrumb, ketchup. I put ketchup in there. Breadcrumb. No, I don't put green peppers because it gives me heartburn. And then I pour tomato sauce on top of the meatloaf, and I had potatoes in there, peeled and sliced, and I put it around the meatloaf, and I pour tomato sauce on that. Cover it with aluminum, stick it in the oven. That's the way I like it, with white rice and a salad. That's how I eat the meatloaf usually. Very simple. And it comes out really good with the ketchup. It gives it that nice, tangy, sweet. Oh, it's good. And you all know I can cook. You all know. I know. I saw you wrote that the other day. Oh no! What is?
Forget it. I don't know. I'm sick and tired.
Oh, meatloaf.
It's a mess.
What is?
That thing is leaking like crazy. Do you have the meatloaf there?
It's in the oven.
You should see the mess down there.
Where?
On the bottom where the meatloaf is.
Oh, because it spilled over? Oh, let me go check the oven. Oh my God. Gotta put a tray underneath. It's gonna burn.
I can't do everything.
I can't do everything either.
I know. I gotta fix the door.
Oh
I
my
gotta do
God,
this.
it's smoking.
Look at this.
Oh yeah. Where's the tray? The big one, yeah. That's not my trouble mine. That's because the cook is overflowing.
Don't put that there. It's like gonna get burned. Are you crazy or
Where am I
something?
supposed to put it?
Outside.
Anyway, I need a rag or something. Give me a rag.
Right where?
Any rag.
I don't know. I don't have racks in this house. You want me to go? Match it? You need something really thick. Psycho better eat because I'm going bananas here. Too much. Oh my God.
Hurry. There's going to be a fire in the oven.
It's not my fault. Maybe take a towel, something which is thick.
Psycho, go. It's going to be a fire in the oven. It's firing. Gotta shut the oven down. It's going to be a fire. The meatloaf is on fire. The meatloaf is on fire. So I got to do something in the kitchen. But we're going to get to the coverage. It should start. Wow, what timing. Perfect timing.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
The chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Right away, the planet.
Water towers can fly!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight downside, SC off. Bring in, SC off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, space fans, and welcome to another NASA spaceflight broadcast. This one, of course, is a special broadcast because we are launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center. This is Crew 6. Thanks for joining us on this one. As always, I am Jack Beyer, content manager for NASA Spaceflight. I'll be hosting things and pushing things along, at least for the start of the broadcast today. But thankfully, you don't only have to listen to my voice on this one. We're also going to have our ever-competent cohort of commentators, starting with Mr. Chris Gebhardt. Chris, how are you doing on this fine evening when we are about to launch crew to the ISS?
Well, I feel about like I do for the last 35 years every time we have been ready to launch crew from Florida. I feel good. I feel a little nervous, got a little butterflies, but overall hoping for good weather along the abort corridor in the Atlantic today to permit liftoff.
Can we call it the Aborador? We'll talk about it later.
Aborador, yes. The Aborador up toward Labrador. I don't know. There's a joke in there somewhere. Go with it.
Excellent. I see 5x5s coming in chat, so I know people are hearing us good, which is always what we want to see. Also joining us on the stream today is Miss Elysia Segal. Elysia, how are you doing today?
Hello, hello. Great to be back for round 2 of Crew 6. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in tonight. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully, we will get to see a lunch tonight.
Hopefully, Crew 6-2 Electric Boogaloo. And of course, out in the field, we also have Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, I hope you're doing good tonight.
I mean, there's a rocket on the launch pad, so it is a good day. Let's hope it continues to be a good day and a great night with a liftoff.
I am thoroughly shocked there were no puns in that sentence. Do better.
Well, if you're calling it the Arborador, then, I mean, you have to make some joke about how you would use flowery language.
Okay.
Or
wow.
I could treat you to worse puns.
I opened up the door and yeah, wow. As usual, we're doing our standard thing here at NASA Spaceflight. If you have any questions regarding the launch, just tag at NASA Spaceflight in chat. Your question will pop up and we will be able to see it and answer it. So that is how tonight is going to go. And yeah, we're all super excited. For a quick overview of what we're going to see tonight and the importance of the mission in terms of launching some more astronauts to the ISS, Chris, why don't you take it away and tell us what the deal is?
My absolute pleasure. So yes, Jack, as you alluded to, this is Crew 6 Round 2 Electric Boogaloo. So we are here for the launch of 4 crew members up to the International Space Station. They are long-duration crew members heading up for at least a planned 6-month stay aboard the orbital outpost. The commander of this mission is Stephen Bowen from NASA. He is a 3-time spaceflight veteran of STS-126 on Endeavour, STS-132 on Atlantis, and STS-133 on Discovery. And he is the only veteran on this particular mission, but all of his previous 3 flights were 2-week up-down flights on the shuttle. This is his first long-duration mission, even though it is his 4th overall spaceflight. And joining him in general are 3 rookies, not Wookiees, rookies. Let's get the RW pronunciation there correct.
Resisting the urge to make Wookiee noises. Go on, go ahead.
Exactly. But joining him is pilot Woody Hoberg. He is a new NASA astronaut, one of the new, more recent classes, and will be making his first trip into space. And we'll go over a lot of their bios more in depth as we go through the evening. But also on board as mission specialist number 1 is Sultan Al Niyadi from the United Arab Emirates, and he will become the first person from the Emirates to conduct a long duration space mission and the first member of the Arab world to conduct a long duration space mission. Very, very important mission for him and for the United Arab Emirates and the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. Sultan is one of a handful of Emirati astronauts and will be the second overall Emirati to travel to space after the first flight on Soyuz MS-15 with Hazza Al-Mansouri in 2019. And rounding out our crew is another rookie on the flight, Andrei Fedeyevich from the Roscosmos. So he will join Anna Kinkina, who is up there right now as part of the Crew 5 mission, as well as the other 2 cosmonauts who are on board from their Soyuz flight. So 4 cosmonauts on board the space station until Anna returns with the Crew 5 mission in about a week. Overall, after liftoff, the Falcon 9 will pitch northeast and head out to attain a 51.6 degree orbital inclination to match that of the International Space Station. Launch is timed for 12:34 and 14 seconds Eastern Standard Time from the Kennedy Space Center. That is the moment Falcon 9 needs to lift off to enter the proper phasing corridor with the International Space Station. There is no ability to launch at 15 seconds. It is 14 seconds or bust for today. And very importantly, the ascent abort corridor weather is the biggest threat to weather in terms of weather for the liftoff here today. It got a moderate chance of preventing liftoff here in the official weather prediction. But again, that abort corridor weather along the eastern seaboard of the United States and shooting out across the North Atlantic to the western coast of Ireland definitely in play and being watched here tonight. So as soon as we have good information on that, we will pass it along. But that in brief is why we are here today, to see 4 wonderful human beings lift off to the International Space Station.
Excellent. And also to hang out and make nerd jokes and resist the urge to make Wookiee sound.
And say Wookiee, exactly, yes.
Oh, man. Right off the bat, we have some super chats and whatnot coming in. As usual, thank you so much, everyone. We've got Marcus coming in at a PadRat membership. We've got Owen J becoming a Red Team member. Musical Wolves, always seeing that name pop up. Musical Wolves saying, were further tests done to resolve the TTEB issue? That's what scrubbed the previous launch, right? What sort of testing went on there?
Yeah, so... oh, sorry, Lacey, do you want to take that?
No, I didn't say anything.
I would like you say something. Sorry.
I would like to know.
Gotcha. I thought I heard you say something and didn't want to interrupt. So yes, basically the cause of the issue was a clogged filter between the 2 tanks for TTAB. There's a primary tank, a secondary tank that they fill as part of the overall process, and there was a clogged filter that was preventing the proper flow into tank number 2, and that was the indication that they saw that caused the scrub on their previous attempt. I believe that was Monday morning, technically. And yes, that filter has been cleaned and replaced and retested, and not expecting a TTAB issue today.
Excellent. Retroman. There we go. I can read. Thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Astrozona, thanks for the super chat there. They say, how much bacon was eaten today? None, believe it or not, at least by me. Well, can we get a bacon account from everybody?
Does vegan bacon count?
Yes, actually, it's delicious and it counts.
Then I had bacon today, yes.
Woohoo!
Ew.
All right. Was that an ew?
Vegan bacon? What?
Yeah,
it's mushrooms. It's basically mushrooms and rice paper that are flavored like bacon. It's actually really good. Yeah.
Huh.
I actually eat regular bacon too, but vegan stuff is really good too sometimes.
I have had some really good vegan bacon. I can vouch for that. Oh, look, the Teslas. The shiny new looking Teslas too. And back to the rocket. All right, Musical Wolves asking if bacon is allowed on Dragon. I think we've been asked that one before, and the gist is yes. Moldy Space Industries, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Jerwa gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Holy cow. Thank you, Jerwa. Thank you to all the people gift. There's a whole bunch of gifts here. Alan C, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Tracy gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you all so much. Jim with a super chat. And Jerwa, thank you so much for the massive amount of support there. And the super chat where the space is intentionally left blank. Resisting the urge to make like a no one can hear you scream in space, but if it's left blank, you can't. Anyways. All right, so let's take a quick look at the weather, how about, and see what is going on with that. What is weather a potential constraint to launch today, or what's the deal?
Yeah, so this is a good question because there are a couple of different weather factors that are in play for a crew launch. So first and foremost, you have your immediate area around the launch site, which you would largely be concerned about for the initial climb out up to about 15, 16 kilometers in altitude. And that is actually predicted to be really, really great. In fact, the latest prediction that I saw called for a token 5% chance of Kennedy Space Center weather violating launch constraints, which is basically the 45th way of saying the weather is perfect. But ever since they issued that perfect 100% go forecast, and there was one rain shower in the entire state of Florida, and it was directly over the Space Shuttle launch pad when they were trying to launch, they never go with 100% anymore. But the other major weather consideration that we have today is the ascent abort corridor weather. So this is a great visual that Kevin's got up on the screen right now. So you can see the pin where Florida and our launch pad is, and then you see Ireland and the United Kingdom way up there in the upper right. And there is a corridor, an arcing corridor that goes up the eastern seaboard of the United States, out just south of maritime Canada, and out across the Atlantic to Ireland. And there are 50 specific locations where Dragon can splash down in this abort corridor as they go uphill. And the Dragon would effectively target the different areas as best as it could by either prograde or retrograde firing of its.
I don't want to hear that. See, this says upcoming. I don't want to hear somebody's commentary. Screw that. I want to hear what they have to say.
This is the LD on Countdown 1 with a T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We're counting down to a T0 of 5:34:14 UTC, 12:34:14 local time with an instantaneous window. The crew have started suit donning and leak checks in preparation to begin ingress activities. The advanced team is currently on the way to the pad to open the side hatch and prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are at MEOP, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. The team was evaluating the ascent corridor winds and have determined it to be go for tonight's launch. Falcon 9 launch and recovery weather is not tracking any constraints at this time. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of crew contingencies from crew ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propel and load today. Fire and 4 are going to lock down at T-minus 45 minutes and last until spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. We did have a late flange leak on a hydraulic clamp. This hardware was replaced before clearing the pad, and final checkouts of the system are underway. C, do you have anything additional to report on Falcon 9 or pad health?
Falcon 9 is in a good state and ready to support tonight's operation.
What is that humming sound? Oh, it's on their end.
And Dragon is not working any constraints at this time. This will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing unless there are any further questions.
No questions? All good? Let's go. Yeah, that's on their end. See? It's not my end. It's their end.
Core on countdown. Advanced team is in the white room. We're on schedule.
But I'd rather hear the real feed, not somebody commentating over it. That's just me, though. So what happened was I made a big meatloaf. And it just started to overflow with the juices. So I had to drain it, clean the bottom of the oven, smoke everywhere. It's not a grease fire, thank God. But it could have got ugly. Really ugly if Mom didn't catch it. So there was a slight delay on the meatloaf. Shut the oven down. Cleaned it. Burnt off all that little residue smoke. Meatloaf is back in. So we're on a... What? So good catch by Mom. What? See, this is what I mean. Getting, you know.
It was you
Who was who?
with the oven.
It was me. It was my fault.
Yeah, now next time it's gonna be mine.
I thought it was Firechild. Because he's famous for fires. The audio's on, so.
What are you doing, Nacho?
You are number 1. I am number 6. I am not a prisoner. I am a free man.
Why every time there's something happening?
What are you talking about? Oh.
Core on countdown.
Oh
Suit
my
donning,
God,
checkouts
Ma.
complete. Ahead of schedule.
I already went to NASA. Seeker. This is NASA.
Why is always something happening with the fire department here?
Why, there's something going on?
You hear them from a distance. Like you hear
Yeah,
them
maybe
from
they
a-
see the smoke from this house.
Ah, come on. Come on, man. No one's so stupid.
I'm not kidding. The smoke is blowing out from the fan.
Where's thing for the...
It didn't go off the smoke alarm in here because it's not that thick.
I know. Now you're exaggerating.
You're the one who said you heard fire trucks.
Yeah, no, I said all the time.
Where's Tycho? In the room, right?
I hope so. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't play like
Make
that.
sure that he's not...
The door's open.
He's smart. He's capable of opening the door. That's how smart he is.
I need to eat. You have no idea.
And he's got his food here. Wow, there's a lot of stuff there. That's what
I don't know, but it's almost like those two guys look alike. They do. It's like, am I seeing double? Is the Russian and the American? From that angle, they almost look like they're the same person. Now this is NASA's live official stream. This is not spaceflight. This is NASA's official stream. See? NASA's TV media channel. Official stream of the NASA's media channel. So, we're not on spaceflight. We were when I noticed it and I switched over. So, they're just chilling, waiting. They're just chilling out and waiting to take the ride in the Teslas to the capsule. They're probably saying, I hope we go up tonight. I don't want to go through this again. Because that must stink. Going through all the prep and then with 2 minutes, scrub, and then have to be taken off. That is got to be brutal. Everybody else is laughing and joking. The Russian is saying, I want nothing to do with this. I'm going to take a nap. They can they can just babble and do whatever, but I'm not going to be part of it. Well, there's different NASA feeds. This is just one. There are multiple NASA channels. I bet you if I go to the other one, it's probably the one you're looking at. hell is that? Go to bed. Well, good night, Wanderer. Good night. Have a great night. I hear you. We'll stay with this one because this is the media channel. If we go back, I went back too much now. See, there's different NASA channels. So that's the one you're looking at probably. But it looks like SpaceX might have went. So they're covering the same feed now. So that's probably what you're seeing. Because there's multiples. So we'll leave the one with the one that you're watching right now. And the sound is better. Yeah, I figured that's the one. I figured that. So we'll stay here. The sound is cleaner, but there is no sound right now, but I can tell that once it kicks in, it should be a nice audio. The one thing I will say, NASA always, for some reason, does not know how to control their audio. They always have it too low. SpaceX is way better at that. It's like I have to jam the audio up when I'm covering with the NASA stream. Their audio feed is fired! Let me just... Oh, come on. Don't call me. Why? I don't want to take no calls. What's going on? Nothing. Streaming. Yeah, if anything, call me back. All right? Bye. More junk to collect. Now we're like in silence. But that's because there's no ongoing communications at the moment. But I'm sure once it kicks in. And I know the SpaceX, I think, coverage begins an hour before. Good night, Noel. My mother says that I'm too rude when I do that. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just in the middle of something. Get to the point. Let's talk. Because I'm streaming. She says, you know, you're rude. I'm just saying. Oh my gosh. Good idea. I've always done that, right? I've always done that. It's true. I've always done that. He knows me for 20-something years. He would know. I do that a lot. All right, go. I say that when I want to end the conversation. All right, go. I've been doing that for a long time. That tells you, go, because I am. If you don't go, I am. Oh, my gosh. That's pretty cool looking, though. Live commentary will begin at 9:10. So in 15 minutes. Then I can shut the hell up. Nobody wants to hear me. This way, I can sit back and have smoked, burnt meatloaf with white rice. And I don't have to be on camera. Nothing. I can just eat in peace. Oh my God. Let me just see something. Oh shit, I forgot I did this. I defragged. Shit took hours. All right. That's bizarre. I hope they launch tonight. But in the next few minutes, I mean, we could see how this looks. And there's Jupiter and Venus right there. That looks pretty cool. Right there. For a few minutes. We got all night with the other stream. It's what it is. It's like, nah, it's not going to be burned. But it's going to be interesting when I see if it's... What the hell am I doing? Okay. I don't even know. That's what I'm doing. And you can hear the wind over there if I put the audio. But look, it looks like there's going to be activity already developing right here. We'll see. We're not going to be here for long. But listen to the wind. You know, it's brick cold over there. Forget about it. It is, Lewis, exactly what it is. The conjunction. Absolutely. Right there. That looks pretty cool, though. Let me kill that audio. So, in 13 minutes, we're going back to... Yeah, they are close. I think at some point they may overlap to look like one bright star. I think that's what I read. Do not quote me on that, but I think that's what I read. 61 degrees where Seeker is at. It is 36 here. Chilly. That is a beautiful sky, though. And the weather here is going to be nasty for the next few days. I'm just glad we're not getting the big snowstorm on the weekend. It looks like it's going to be too warm. We could have got really clobbered by it, but we're not going to get it. And it's pretty much all melted here now, the one we got. It was like 45 degrees today. Tomorrow's going to be 55. And we're in March now, so next week, unfortunately, we have to go through the BS of daylight savings time. So next weekend, you gotta fast forward an hour. I hate that. They should just do away with that. That is such BS. I'm just trying to get this done. Anyway, let me look at the weather here now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to even ask this one over here. I want to hear the voice. So let's see what they predict, because the weather can change. The rain snow line is going to be close for us. Wow, there's some nasty storms in the center of the country. Nasty. I'm going to actually zoom in on this first. Wow. It's in central Arkansas. Moving northeast, east-northeast. The line is going through, it just went through Little Rock. Nasty storm cells in here. Going into Tennessee. Stormy, definitely weather over there. Let's see what they're saying for my area. We are going to NASA once they start the coverage. They're still calling for 3 to 6 inches Friday night. But it's going to be 41, so it's going to be a wet snow. And then it's going to be in the mid to upper 40s the day after. So, and the next day, it's going to be 42. So it's going to wash, make it a slush event. But they are predicting 3 to 6. I don't see it. Not with these temperatures. And that's what they're saying for Friday night. And what's up, KZ? So we are going to be going to the coverage in a few minutes. I have no idea, Seeker. I didn't really look into it. I have no idea. Like I said, I was just reading about it briefly. That's why I thought, don't quote me on it. So in about 8 minutes, we're going over to the NASA feed. Which is good because it gives me time to do stuff in the background. And I am all caught up. All good. But it looks like there's going to be some activity developing right there on the right side. This can be amazing at times. For those who view it, have been viewing it here. This thing, I mean, it's amazing how it could just, 1 second it looks like nothing's going on. 5 minutes later, it's everywhere all over the screen. It is amazing. This is a great location for what they do here. What the hell was that? There was a white dot on the screen and it disappeared. I'm looking at the feed now. I saw it in real time. It was right toward the middle right. Do you see that? I may have missed it on the replay on the stream because of the delay. But I seen it. It was there moving and then it disappeared. Did anybody see that? It caught my eye when I was looking here. What the There was action near a star, like it was being blocked out. Right in the same area. I don't know if you guys can see it on the stream, but I just seen something really weird. seeing if I notice anything else. Something odd was happening on the screen. It's right near those twinkling stars, right center. Upper right center, really. It's in that area. It could just be the camera trying to adjust. Anyway, we're about to go to NASA in 5 minutes. I still, not for nothing though, that is so cool. For people who like to stargaze. But I seen something going on in this area here. Actually, it was here.
Bro, can we eat?
Open up the meatloaf, you know, the aluminum, put a fork in the potato, and see if it's soft. If that's cooked, then the meatloaf is cooked. It's the best way to test it. Anyway, let's get ready for NASA. 4 minutes, coverage begins. Watch this be crazy tonight, too. Even though these look like clouds, but still, this could be a great night here. But it's not about that tonight. It's about this. And they're going to do the commentary in about 4 minutes. What's up, Lorraine? Isn't that very cool, though, with Jupiter and Venus? That is cool.
Yeah, bro, it's ready, bro.
Is it?
Yeah, it's soft.
Serve me up. Here, do me a favor. Take this out of here. Because I need to make room for the plate.
So you want me to serve you now?
Please. Wait. Here. And dame soda también.
All right, bro.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me make room. I can't wait to eat the meatloaf. It's like the slowest 4 minutes. Now it's 3. That is like the longest stretch. So we're going to go through all the steps again that we experienced the other night. What was it, Monday night? I think. Or Sunday night, I don't even remember now. So we're going to see all the same similar coverage that they did that night now. Them getting in the elevator, to get into the Teslas, to drive over to the pad, going up in the area where they can reach, making phone calls to their family members and loved ones, and then entering Dragon, buckling in, views from inside, and being patient while waiting for it to launch. Two minutes. It's funny, I had this shirt. This shirt is old. And it's a 99 Aaron Judge shirt. Wow, you're 15 minutes from Space Coast? When I lived in Florida, I was about 45 minutes. I was in Central Florida. Northern part of Orlando. Near Winter Park. So it was due east, pretty much. One highway pretty much took you right to it. And I used to fish in the Banana River. That's near you. And you know, there's that, I can't remember what road it is, but it goes into Cocoa Beach. But it also, that road takes you right to Cape Canaveral, where they have that long pier and the camping grounds. So that's where I used to go fishing right there, Banana River, and off the pier. But I had something big one time, big on the pier. I don't know what the hell it was, and it snapped the line. I was thinking maybe it was a ray, but this thing was big. Whatever it was big. Are you working right now? You're on the route right now? Oh, you're 15 minutes from Space Coast right now. Gotcha. Well, commentary should start any second. Now let's make sure we're not muted. And we are not.
And you're looking live at Crew 6 on the move inside
I'm
astronaut
muting.
crew quarters. The 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut finished putting on their spacesuits in the historic suit-up room, and now they are walking down the hallway to the elevator. In front, Commander Stephen Bowen and pilot Woody Hoberg. Behind them, mission specialist Sultan Al-Nayati and Andre
I
Fedya.
told you they would start with the
getting on
elevator. Did I say
the
it?
first floor where they will begin their journey to space. That and more is coming up next.
Scientific cooperation between countries. 2, 1, 0, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, roger, go for deploy.
Thanks, June, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew must go for launch. Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Now you're looking live at the Crew Dragon spacecraft on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
I got this up so high.
To the International Space
Their
Station.
audio again. Oh my God.
Welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's launch of Crew 6, now streaming in 4K. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, back by popular demand. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, glad to be back, Daryl, and hoping the second time is the charm, and hoping to see my first launch.
Absolutely. We're excited to get your reaction on that. In addition to Raja's analysis, we have live updates from Mission Control in Houston and live interviews from our VIP location here at Kennedy. There you see them. Hello, Houston, and hello, Jasmine. And later on, at T-minus 1 hour, we will welcome in SpaceX live from Hawthorne, California. But let's begin quickly with a recap of the first launch attempt early Sunday morning. The day started here with the crew signing the mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. They went through the entire process of suit up and transport to the pad where they ingressed into the Dragon capsule. The countdown moved along smoothly until reduced flow in an engine ignition fluid line was detected by the launch team. The launch was scrubbed with less than 3 minutes in the count. The astronauts remained in the capsule until the rocket was completely detanked. A disappointing moment for the astronauts, certainly, Raja.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're obviously like an instantaneous, instant of a little bit of disappointment, but obviously
I'm
the right
almost
safe
like
thing to
listening
do,
to a sportscast.
and the team all knows that, and so they're ready to do it again today, and have learned from all that, and some great lessons learned.
And now we want to focus on the front doors of the astronaut crew quarters, where those astronauts are ready to walk out. We saw them briefly in the window, and they are ready to go, just momentarily. Be doing it for a second time.
Yep, and we see the stickers around the outside. So they got a chance when they came back from the scrub to smack their Crew 6 sticker on the way in. So some extra luck for tonight.
Absolutely.
Right? It sounds like a sporting event. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like a freaking
And we're going to try and
sportscast.
give them some more good luck along the way. We'll have more about that later in the show. You see the sign above them with the names of Crew 6.
What's up, Lewis?
And one of the reasons we didn't show some earlier suit up tonight was because it's their second.
And here they come. Crew 6. Walking outside of astronaut crew quarters for the second time, hoping to make the flight happen.
4 on countdown. Crew walk
From
out.
left to right,
Crew displays.
Crew displays are configured.
Andrei Fedyayev, Woody Hoberg, Stephen Bowen, and Sultan Al-Nayati. Getting some high fives there.
Yeah. So you can see in the background there the SpaceX personnel getting ready to take them out in their Teslas. They're pre-positioning their cooling packs in the vehicles.
Sounds like our microphone is close to mission specialist.
It is, yep, close to the UAE area.
We're looking at Captain Bowen, though.
By the way, the meatloaf came out
There's
superb.
Andre, so a great chance for the friends, family, loved ones to come out and say good luck and see you later to the astronauts. You saw the Administrator Nelson and Pam Melroy down at the end there. The back of her head, and then the Administrator just to the right of her.
So, Raj, this is the second time they're doing this. What's the kind of the mindset now as you see your family now for the second time?
It's actually kind of nice because you get a little bit of time in between that scrub, and this time to have you build up to a lot of it thinking you're not going to have a whole lot of time, and then you get a little bit of extra time with your family. And I misspoke. That wasn't Pam Muller, or that's Katie Maynard down there. But yeah, it's actually it's definitely busy. So inside crew quarters, we can talk about that later. There's plenty of sims in there, but it's a nice chance to have a few more hours with your family on Earth.
And you were able to have some communication with the commander during the downtime. What did he say about kind of their mindset?
Well, so Steve commented that this is, essentially all in a day's life. Woody pointed out that this is almost like a free training sim for them. So, and that's kind of one of the reasons we saw them ahead of timeline tonight in the suit-up room is they've done it all before. So a lot of doing something the second time makes it a lot easier. So they essentially had another free dress rehearsal to practice it all.
There's Woody Hoberg, the pilot for Crew 6, giving the wave. You can see there's a sense of familiarity as they get into the Teslas.
Yep, and now you can see Administrator Nelson there, the bottom right, and then Bob Cabanas just to his right. And I think that's Calvin Manning to his right, the Deputy Kennedy Center Director. So definitely a sign of the importance of this mission to have all the headquarters folks come down here, stay down here. The crew's not the only ones that stays down here between scrubs, they do too. So it's all hands on deck.
So the second
What's up,
Tesla,
X?
the doors are closed for the commander and the pilot for the mission, and behind them, the mission specialists. In that second Tesla, they also include the flight surgeon. They ride along. And then in the third Tesla, those astronauts are with a second closeout lead. They take some of the closeout team with them on the way to the pad. And take a look at the license plate. We saw this last time. Crew Dragon with a number 6 for the G.
Yeah, and this time I know. So last time I was surprised to find out that it changes each time. I was thought that it always said send it with a 3, but it turns out that was only for Crew 3. So
Crew 3 was a special mission. Maybe not special enough for to put it on every single.
Maybe I've been watching that video too much. You see Nora is at the back of that third car. She's in the new class of astronaut candidates from the UAE. Training with who we call the Flies, which is the 2021 class.
Yes. New partnership with the UAE for commercial crew. And now the families get to go up to the window.
Yep, and you just saw Hazza leave the frame, who was the first astronaut from the UAE to go into space. And then he and Sultan actually trained together in Russia, and then Hazza has been Sultan's backup here in the U.S. So a long partnership between the two of them, training together both in Russia and here.
And we'll hear from Hazza a little bit later on in the show. Our own Jasmine Hopkins is going to be interviewing him again tonight. Look forward to getting the words from him and find out if he was able to catch up with Sultan in the interim.
So the final chance here, so when they get in the Teslas there, they actually hook them up to cooling boxes. So I mentioned before, you saw the SpaceX people kind of going behind the scenes. They get those positioned in the Teslas, so that's why there's some more time, and they use every second they can to talk to the families, which is why they have the windows down, still chatting with them, while the flight docs connect their suit umbilicals to those cooling boxes. That essentially just pumps cool air into the suit, because in the warm, humid Florida weather, it can get somewhat sweaty in there if you don't have some cool air flowing through it.
Right, especially in the tight space.
Exactly.
Did you roll down your window when you were riding out? I saw during Demo 2, Bob and Doug rolled down the window briefly.
We did initially, but I put them up once we got going.
And here we go with the crew departing the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. This begins the 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. And they're firing up the playlists right now, Raj, as you know. In that first car, if you want to look up these songs and get the vibe of what they're listening to, well, Stephen and Woody are listening to Traveling Band by Creedence Clearwater Revival, May We All by Florida Georgia Line and Tim McGraw, The Space Traveler's Lullaby by Kamasi, he's an American jazz saxophonist, Sing Me to Sleep by Alan Walker, Spaceman by Harry Nilsson, and then in the second car, they got quite a playlist as well.
Yes.
What did you listen to?
So this is it was a collaboration. So Tom and I were in the first car, and then Kayla and Matthias had a mix of U.S. and German songs. So it's like you said, it's kind of the emotional setup for the ride. I think the other benefit of Scrub is we had the benefit of having multiple trips out there, is that the person who's your DJ has a chance to actually zero in the songs. And so Melissa, who is our chief trainer at SpaceX, actually took the time while we were in quarantine to mix together like a 2021 version of a mixtape, so that we could just play it on the iPod they had in there and time it so that exactly as we were pulling up, we were
finished with the list.
Yeah, exactly. So we had a mix of everything from Blue Light Orchestra to some Guns N' Roses. A little bit of some huge acts. It was a pretty good mix.
Did he just say Blue Light Orchestra, or was he thinking of ELO? Blue Light Orchestra? Come again? What?
To go through those stoplights with the full security escort. And hey, folks, listen. Raja has some great insight into spaceflight, what it takes to be an astronaut, how he got there. If you want to ask some questions, we want to invite you to participate. If you'd like to ask him a question over the next 3 hours, jump on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch,
Orchestra?
and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA. We look forward to hearing from you, and I know Raja really enjoyed answering the questions the other night, and he'll do it again. Let's introduce you now to today's crew. Captain Stephen Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts, and is married with 3 children. He holds the title of first U.S. Navy submarine officer to be selected as a mission specialist by NASA. Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA's space flights, including space shuttle flights on the STS-126, 132 and 133. During those missions, he and his crew expanded the living quarters on the ISS, delivered an integrated cargo carrier, and a Russian mini research module. He has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours and 18 minutes in 7 spacewalks. He's the wily old veteran, and today he's the commander of Crew 6, a position you know well.
I do, yeah, and it's a great position for him to be in. Like you mentioned, he's got some serious experience and street cred, and much like Tom Marshburn on my flight, trusted to mentor and lead 3 rookies going up there, and so I know he's well up to the task and enjoying going on this trip.
Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoberg. The 37-year-old is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. During grad school, Hoberg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. Crew 6 will be Hoberg's first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut in 2017. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single-engine, and multi-engine ratings. As pilot for Crew 6, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Aboard the station, he will serve as an Expedition 68 and 69 flight engineer.
And his most important rule is to continue the presence of turtles on the space station. So what he also commonly referred to as the smartest turtle, but also the most humble one. You wouldn't know that talking to him. But any of the things on his
countdown, advanced team is complete, ready for crew arrival.
You just heard the core call for countdown, timing for the crew arrival. But yeah, all those things Woody's done by themselves would be amazing, let alone in combination.
In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan Al-Niyati. He was chosen by the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates to be part of Expedition 6869. The father of 5 spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi, but in 2020 traded that in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space. You're familiar with flying with a bunch of rookies.
Yeah, exactly. And can't understate how important this is. The first UAE astronaut going up on a U.S. commercial vehicle to the U.S. segment of the station. This is amazing. The fruit, coming to fruition of a long partnership and a lot of work to get us here.
We saw a shot of the vehicle assembly building dead ahead, and they'll get up, make that right-hand turn, and go right by it. Talking about the mission specialists, it's also the first trip to space for the second mission specialist, Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. Andrei was selected as a cosmonaut back in 2012. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. And once on board station, he will be a flight engineer for Expeditions 68 and 69.
Yeah, and great to have Andre on board. I flew out here and back with Christina Cook for the first launch attempt, and she knows him and just has just an amazingly big heart, and it's going to be a joy to work with on the space station.
Missed getting into space on his 42nd birthday the other day, but I'm sure he'll take a belated birthday present in the form of a launch tonight.
I'm sure they had some extra cake back at crew quarters for him afterwards. So we also got to break in. We mentioned last time, it's the first time they're using the black Teslas versus the white Teslas. So not sure if maybe Crew 6 maybe have zapped the windshields an extra time to count for their second trip out there. So there's definitely some room to be filled on these windshields, and maybe hide some stickers at a few places where they find after the fact.
Yeah, those stickers will, get to go on those Teslas for the first time since SpaceX told us they're expanding their fleet of ride-out vehicles.
We know they're getting close because I can hear the helicopter.
There it is, passing overhead as they pass in front of the Kennedy Space Center VAB, and just a few feet away from the turn basin. And while we're looking at the VAB, the home of the Artemis 1 mission and all Artemis missions, it's a good time to talk about what happened at the turn basin the other day. They're getting ready to pass by that body of water, as we see some folks waving at those cars as they go by. Several weeks ago, NASA's recovery team was in the water.
So Kathy in chat said, there's the building with the flag. Did you know that the stripes on the flag are wide enough for a bus to drive on one of them? She learned about that when she was with her sister there in 2001. I didn't know that. That is cool.
Are preparing for Artemis 2. The mission will send 4 astronauts on a trip around the moon in 2024. But before that happens, test crews are practicing how to recover astronauts from the Orion spacecraft after splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. This black full-scale replica capsule, named Vader, stands for Vehicle Advanced Demonstrator for Emergency Rescue. It spent the last couple of weeks in the turn basin here at the Kennedy Space Center, where it was floated on the water and tested. Crews practiced opening the hatch and installing an inflatable porch, an important piece of equipment to make sure astronauts can be recovered safely. If needed, adjustments will be made, and then it will be shipped to San Diego, where NASA and the Navy can perform recovery tests in the Pacific.
Now, I don't have dip tonight, but I am seriously thinking of making a bowl of popcorn with melted butter to just sit here and munch out and enjoy this. I'm serious.
Scan that with your smartphone,
and I may do that
you'll get
at some point.
From our official blog, blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis. We're always updating it with frequent updates as we gear up for Artemis 2. It's nice to see them out there already working on the next mission.
Yeah, it's been a long iteration, and since Orion, as part of the Artemis, just likes the Dragon, lands in the water, a lot of training goes into making sure we're ready for that.
We talked about.
So you got to fast, X. You can't eat after a certain time.
UAE,
Oh my God! I just said it, and she types it.
It's all a part of flying integrated crews. And for NASA, this ensures operational safety. Crew members on station are trained to do maintenance and spacewalks, and it also protects against contingencies, such as a problem with any crew spacecraft, serious crew medical issues, or an emergency aboard the station that requires a crew and the vehicle that they are assigned to return to Earth sooner than planned. We had an issue with a spacecraft on station, a backup spacecraft. The Soyuz was flown up there, but in the interim, NASA always has a backup plan. And so the astronaut that flew up on the Soyuz had a ride to go home if it was needed.
That's right. Yeah. So we always talk about the next worst failure when we're looking as kind of the mindset we have at Johnson Space Center and in the astronaut corps. And so yeah, exactly. Always thinking about what could go wrong and having a plan to deal with that. And that's exactly the case we're in. Now have another Soyuz up there, and so now back to what I would call more nominal ops.
Still got 3 hours.
As the caravan passes the security gate at the Launch Complex 39. Let's check in now for the first time with Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and that's where we find Courtney Beasley with an update from Mission Control. Good evening, Courtney.
Thank God Amol's not here. He'd be drooling.
Good evening. Thanks, Daryl, and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission Control is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew 6. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Judd Freeling. He will also lead the joint NASA-SpaceX Go, No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with Mission Controls here in Houston and at SpaceX in Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew Dragon to its new home in space. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the space station is currently in a sleep period set to wake up around midnight Central Time. When we check back in later, we'll talk a little more about what the crew on the International Space Station has been doing to prepare for Crew 6. But for now, we'll send it back to the team over at Kennedy. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And Mission Control ready to go. Back here at America's Spaceport, we're watching the Teslas with 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut going through the security gate at Launch Complex 39A. So this is inside the pad perimeter. It's inside the blast danger area.
Yep, and you see him going by what's called the horizontal integration facility. So you saw him drive by the VAB, which is the vertical assembly building.
So you don't see usually Elon part of these, but I bet you money right now that when Starship takes its first orbital flight sometime in March, that's what they're saying, you can bet he's going to be there at SpaceX headquarters in Texas to watch that launch live himself. I guarantee it, because that's big for SpaceX. That's big. So I'm just curious to see how that goes, moves forward with that.
Actually a clogged drain line for the TTEB system. This is the engine ignition fluid that fills the bottom there, the base of the rocket, to make sure that each of the engines of the Falcon 9 lights up. They found out about it and didn't have the confidence that they would have enough engine ignition fluid to light those engines, so they scrubbed. Raj, they later found out that there was a clogged filter in one of the engine lines, and so they changed the filter. They blew out the lines with gaseous nitrogen, cleaned them all out, and now it's up and running great.
Yeah, so it's great news. So, yeah, the TTAB in super simple terms is kind of like the spark plug of an engine. So we'll talk later tonight as they're loading prop. There's fuel and oxidizer that feeds the engines, but that initial spark comes from the TTAB that, sort of like lighting a gas grill and, reaching in there with that wand and clicking it on. So that's basically what was going on. whenever you see signals like that initially, it's like, well, is it actually a problem or is it just bad telemetry? And that's why they talk about it.
It's got to be wicked going up in the elevator to get up to that level. And I wonder if they can see it. Can you imagine being able to see it as you're going up the elevator? The entire rocket. I mean, that's got to be like the most wickedest feeling. And then to get to the top and cross over to the capsule. That's got to be wicked.
That's right. But so that's
to go through that experience. I forgot about going up itself, but there's so many cool things here. Like walking up to it and being right next to the rocket that you're about to be on board. That's got to be one hell of a adrenaline feeling. Or absolute fear. I doubt it.
We're back on track.
It's like, wow.
Versus, the problem.
I'm just saying.
It can look one way, and you could find out there's a problem with the sensor, like you mentioned. Yep. But in this case, it literally was an issue that they were able to identify and then quickly correct. And so we're excited to light them up tonight. Crew 6 and NASA and SpaceX. This is our 6th crew rotation to the International Space Station since 2020. This successful NASA program is called Commercial Crew, and it's based right here at the Kennedy Space Center. Jasmine Hopkins now joins us live with one of the leaders of this program. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Daryl. We are back tonight on the balcony of the Operations Support Building number 2 here at Kennedy Space Center. And right now, we're so glad to be joined by Kathy Leaders, the Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate. Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening. Happy to be here.
Of course, and we are happy to have you. This is round 2, as we said earlier, a second time's the charm. But really, let's talk about that seriously, that we prioritize safety here at NASA. We only launch when we're ready, right?
Yes, and it kind of seems like a cliche because we say it over and over, space flight's hard. We say it's really, really hard. But when you look at all the things that have to be done perfectly to make sure we're flying safely, it is hard, and it's that attention to detail that makes us ensure that we're flying our crews safely. And so you just got to step through it carefully, and I tell the team one step at a time. And, sometimes you can be almost at that, that 5-yard line, seeing the goal in sight like we were, early Monday morning. And you can have a clogged filter, and you just got to stop and say, okay, we're not ready to go fly today, and we're going to stop, take our time, get ready to go, and reset up again. But it is really, I'm very proud of the team because the way they worked through that problem and the way they said, hey, we aren't ready right now to be able to say we're safe, and so we're going to stop and make sure we've got this all figured out and then come back and fly again. I think it is a real testimony to the team.
It really is, Kathy. And as you said, spaceflight is hard, but we have been just pushing forward with the Commercial Crew program. As Daryl said earlier, this is the 6th crew rotation flight from NASA and SpaceX to the space station. What do you think of that cadence from the Commercial Crew program?
Well, this is near and dear to my heart. And so obviously, as the ex-Commercial Crew program manager, I'm awfully proud of the way the team has, and not only the 6th crew rotation mission, but, really the 7th mission with also doing Demo 2. In March of 2020, as we were kind of in our campaign getting ready for the demo flight, I would have dreamed, this would have been like the greatest dream for me that we would be here, 3 years later, less than 3 years later, and have maintained this cadence of safely being able to rotate our crews. So extremely proud of the team.
Yeah, and it really does seem like almost surreal that we've come this far. And of course, we're working very closely with SpaceX on this mission, but we're adding more partners to this. What are we doing for the commercialization of low Earth orbit?
Well, this next, 4 or 5 months is just going to be incredible for the International Space Station. I mean, it's a really busy port for a lot of vehicles coming up. So obviously we've got, Crew 6 coming up, but then we've got another SpaceX cargo mission also coming up in the March timeframe, and that's paving the way for our Boeing first crewed flight test vehicle that will be coming up in end of April. And then we have Axiom 2, our second private astronaut mission. And following that, 2 more cargo vehicles in the next 4 or 5 months. So there's no rest for the wicked, and these people must be very wicked because they're not getting a break, or not much of a break in here. But honestly, this is what we dreamed that the space station program would be doing at this stage. You know, we dreamed that we'd be having cargo vehicles and crew vehicles, because this is when we get to maximize the use and the science that's created on the International Space Station.
Right, we really are living the dream. It's a dream to be at NASA at this time. And we've been at this for a very long time, actually. The space station is going into its 22nd year. What do you think of America's continuous presence on the space station?
Well, we always talk about not only staying on the space station, but not giving up our presence in low Earth orbit. And so, you know, not only are we preparing for the next 8 to 10 years with the space station, but we're also preparing for our continued presence in low Earth orbit with our commercial LEO destinations. And so we have a lot of work that we have planned to do on the space station, but we also have a lot of work that we need to continue to do on our commercial LEO destinations to get us ready to buy down the human risks that we have for our exploration missions. There's really no other place except for LEO to really be buying down those crew risks, and we need to have those risks bought down for us to really be able to do another long duration flight like a mission to Mars will be.
Exactly. We're just looking forward to the moon, forward onto Mars. Kathy, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine, and great words from Kathy Leaders there. If you're just joining us, well, you're watching live coverage of NASA's and SpaceX's mission known as Crew 6. Good evening and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail, along with a recent flyer on a SpaceX Dragon, and that is Crew 3 Commander Raja Chari. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be back and to get another chance to hopefully get the Crew 6 off the ground. We're getting to see right now that them showing up to take a look at the rocket. We talked about last time the reason they have to crane back like that is the way that the suit constrains you, and it's built to be pressurized, but when it's not pressurized, then it kind of pushes down on your head and neck just a little bit. So taking one more look at the rocket before they head into the elevator, and I did hear from Woody that they did in fact change the labels on the button pad inside that, so it does actually say space on the top button and Earth on the bottom button.
The elevator buttons inside, yes. If folks, you haven't seen that meme floating around, there's a picture that shows all the buttons inside this elevator, and they're marked out by the foot level. The top used to be the 255-foot level, but apparently it now says
it's
space.
been modified to say space, which is appropriate. The 39 complex is historic. We've been using it since the early days of the space age, and continuing to upgrade even the labels.
How cool was that to reach over and press space?
That's awesome to be able to hit the destination that you're going to.
Yeah.
This is the view at the top of the elevator, so they pop out here and then they walk up a floor. You can see there's the graded floors, or if in the event of an emergency egress, they douse this whole thing with a whole bunch of water so you don't have to get slippery. So that's why they're graded floors, so the water can actually flow through.
And you see astronaut Nick Hague is with them. He's number 12. See him turning the corner there? This is the astronaut support person. And Nick Hague, of course, an experienced astronaut, been up to space station, been through a launch abort himself. Great resource to the astronauts.
Yeah, it's amazing. Reed Wiseman, who's the former chief of the office, likes to say that Nick is a unicorn. He's pretty much the only person, right now that's, well, he's been to space twice, even though he only won one mission. This is the first time they aborted. They actually ballistically went into orbit,
right.
so he counts that as 2, rightfully so.
Okay.
But yeah, that's really, really unusual. I don't think there's anyone else in the office that's been through a launch abort, which, as we know, the commercial crew program has that as a requirement. So we've got that system now with both Dragon and Starliner. But to actually have done that is a way, it's pretty extreme.
Yeah.
See Sultan and Andre heading up the elevator. You notice tonight everything's going faster, which is a testament to the fact that we practiced this once. So they're, now this is the second time the team's doing this, and Woody himself commented there's almost like a free sim that they got to do the other day.
Things are going a lot faster. Certainly noticed that. Just to finish the thought on the launch abort, that was a Soyuz in 2018 that launched out of Kazakhstan. waiting for the mission specialists, and here they come.
So they'll head up the stairs as well. You saw Woody and Steve were just starting to make their phone calls. We talked the last time that one of the other jobs. So Nick Hague, as the astronaut support person, one of the things they're doing is like items like glasses, watches, things like that have to be carried that they don't have room for in their pockets. He's kind of handling that logistics. He's also the one who dials the numbers, which is not a trivial task, calling on a government phone to the UAE or to Russia.
I can attest to
so
that.
you got to figure out, the country codes. Do I dial +9 or +9+1? But
yeah,
it's different on
which
every
number
phone.
gets
Yeah,
you out,
exactly.
which number gets
so
you to
you
the
definitely
international.
want to make sure you've done that, and you want to make sure the person who's going to get the call knows that it's not a spam call. So you need to make sure you give them that number in advance. The chevrons on the ground there, they're going to be, when they go onto the spacecraft, they're walking against the chevrons, but those chevrons are meant for, in a low visibility egress, because I make a mention, the water system is on, so you would be getting doused with water, so you can look down, and that's pointing you to the egress baskets, which on the far left side of the screen, it just kind of went out of view, but you can see where these slide wires are at. And that's how you would get down to the ground. Now you can just see them on the left side.
Yeah.
They're like a super fun zip line ride that you would get into a basket and then go down to the bottom of the pad. And there's a loudspeaker system up there. And so as you're egressing, the launch director would be giving you instructions, most key, like how many people are still on the pad. Because as the crew, if it's just 4 of you, that's relatively easy. But if the closeout crew is there, you got to make sure you count baskets and people to make sure everyone gets down to the ground.
Want to have a full head count of everybody who's
you don't
out
want
there.
to leave anyone up there. Yep.
Right.
So it looks like they're cycling through the phone calls now.
This is the view looking towards the crew access arm. It is behind the black door. So when they wrap up their call there, they'll be headed through the door, and we'll get ready to see our first 2 astronauts make their way from the launch tower across the crew access arm and begin to ingress to the Dragon spacecraft.
And besides the fact they've done this twice, the other reason things go a little quicker is all the little traditions are kind of already done. So they've already signed the patch in crew quarters. They'll have already signed the meatball here. So some of those things that take a little bit of time that are baked into the timeline don't have to be redone. So you can see Woody and Steve just starting to head out on the crew access arm now.
And there they are, coming through the crew access arm. The commander and pilot, Stephen and Woody, making their way inside Dragon. Big thumbs up and a wave from the crew. They're hoping today is the day.
Core on countdown. Crew are in the white room.
You see Arthur is the core at SpaceX, so they keep the shifts the same. So again, we kind of talked a little bit about last time, but the importance of all the sims leading up to this are the same voices. So they'll, through the slip and through the scrub retiming, all the shifts at SpaceX and at Houston actually all stayed on the same timeline, so they could be all the same people.
That's Arthur Berrialt, the crew operations resource engineer with SpaceX. That's his voice coming over.
You can see the ninjas helping get their, those are the shoe protectors, the boot guards coming off.
Yep.
So it protects for 2 things. FOD in the capsule is one thing, but the other thing is there's slots in the bottom of those heels, and that's what actually, when you see them get in, you'll see them put their foot up and then down, almost like putting on a ski boot type thing, where it locks in, and that's what keeps your feet restrained under the launch loads and re-entry loads, which is why you'll also see them sometimes, if not during before they are on the launch escape system, you'll see them lock them in, but that also protects the channel from any nicks or dings on the bottom side of that.
All right, we've got a question that's coming in from social media as the astronauts crawl in.
Started.
Arthur calling the ingress has started.
Which we can see on our screen. So here's the question. Space Brandon on Twitter asks, he's referencing to the view out the window.
What's up, Omar?
What is it like to take in this view?
Loud and clear. Seat 2, help me.
And C2 has you loud and clear as well.
So I'll tell you, it's awesome. The view out the Dragon window you don't really see getting in, because as you saw as they crawl in, their head is towards the seats, and then when we flip around, you can see that the white room and that crew access arm kind of blocks the view out the 2 windows there, which you can see if you look at Ninja 10 to their right and left, you can see the Dragon windows. But the view you do have is before you walk across the crew access arm, and it's
SpaceX Dragon Seat 3 contract.
wait for Arthur.
Loud and clear, seat 3, how me?
Good evening, Arthur. I have you the same.
Yeah, so the view from where
Good evening, Woody and Steve. Good to hear from you.
Sultan and Andre are standing is awesome. You got the water, especially on a clear night. You do this during dry dress. You come up here and take in the view, but seeing.
Yeah, I think he's talking about taking in the view right there.
So
right?
you can go to the corner to the where that kind of white post is, kind of where Ninja 14 is at, and you can kind of hang off the edge. Don't do it too far, but yeah, it's pretty amazing. And seeing the clouds and the water, I think, is what's most distinctly different. So on Earth, you can see the actual individual waves and the clouds moving in from space. You definitely can't see that level of detail. So yeah, trying to take all that in, I don't think you really appreciate it until you come back and see that same thing.
And we can see Nick Hague now taking cell phone shots of Sultan as he's on the phone, which a good fellow astronaut does.
And you heard Woody and Steve checking in with Arthur. Those are just the initial comm checks. We'll do much more intensive ones later, but that's just to make sure that when they connect their umbilical, that it's fully seated. And so if you get a good comm check, you know that the little pins that connect that loop are good.
Our mission specialists now getting ready to board Dragon, Sultan and Andre with a big thumbs up. Beautiful shot from high above looking into the crew access arm as they make their way aboard Dragon. And while we're watching the mission specialists in action, let's take another social question, which is relevant. And he's showing off, you know, getting the space tech's badge.
So it is. So we talked about last time they grab the ninjas' name tags to take with them, and they distribute those amongst the crew so they can fit them in their pockets and satchels. And the question there, it looks like, what's the mobility like on the pressure suit while walking around? It's actually fine. It's just a little bit of pressure on the top of your head pulling down. And as you saw, that's kind of why they arched their back to look up. You can't tilt your neck backwards, and obviously if you turn your head side to side, your head is kind of turning inside the helmet as opposed to the entire helmet moving. So it's just more a matter of not straining your neck.
It's like traction almost.
Yeah.
It's just a mild traction.
Yeah, and it can get hot, so you don't do a whole lot of action unless you have cooling attached to you, especially with the weather here. But compared, again, this is in what's called an IV, in-vehicle suit, IVA suit, not a EV or extravehicular suit. So way different than if you were trying to walk around in an EMU, which is what we use for spacewalks. That would be a way different story, and you probably would not be able to walk on Earth gravity, as it weighs upward of 300-400 pounds, whereas this one is meant to be able to move around. When it is inflated, it's meant to be in the seat. So if it was pressurized, it's not meant to be moving around in the cabin with it, because you don't really have joint mobility, so it's meant to be restrained by the straps and in the seats to be fully functional in a depressed scenario.
There go our two mission specialists with the duck as they cross the hatch, being very careful not to touch or hit the edges of that hatch, because that seal is so very important to maintaining a good seal when they pressurize the cabin in space. And now our cameraman will go inside. Or wait.
And so those are the crew satchels. You saw those white bags. Woody and Steve's are already on their leg. There's a little loop under there that the ground techs help connect for them. See Sultan and Andre hooking in their umbilicals, so expect shortly they'll do their comm checks with Arthur at the core.
And it's worth noting, for those who follow very closely, that SpaceX is now doing some of their checks and operations in parallel rather than sequentially. It could end up sequentially, but they're aiming for parallel, and that will reduce the total time of the operation starting right now by about 27 minutes.
Core, this is MS2, seat 4. How to read me? Come check.
Doing comm checks even as they're getting seated.
Loud and clear from seat 4, how me?
Loud and clear, seat 4.
Encore, MS1, comm check.
And loud and clear, MS1 from seat 1, how me?
I got it loud and clear.
And a great view of Andre's buckle there. So it's a 5-point harness. the crew can totally do it on their own, but just to save wear and tear on the suits, a lot of times the ground crew will help with doing that, and that way it makes sure it's really cinched down. So the way each on that circular harness around his waist, each of the waist straps and then the leg and the shoulders connect into a slot, and then to get out you rotate it counterclockwise.
And to think that you two guys came in at the same time. Wow.
Right, it's actually very similar to like an F-35 harness. Yep, same kind of design. And
Raj, of course, you flew the F-35 and the F-16 and the
not F-16.
Oh, okay, sorry. F-15 and
F-15,
F-14?
F-15E and then F-35. Yeah.
F-35, okay.
Don't worry, it's okay for people who fly the F-16. That's not their fault.
Well, the F-35 certainly the tip of the spear when it comes to the Air Force, and you were involved in that program for a while.
I was, yep. I think the only job I would have left that job for was this job. So.
And we're glad you're here. Had an incredibly successful Crew 3 mission you were the commander of, and you had some great astronauts along with you.
Yeah, so flew with Tom Marshburn was our pilot. He had been on a shuttle on a Soyuz, so just a great asset to have some wide breadth. Caleb Barron, a classmate of mine, also submariner. Yeah, fellow turtle, submariner.
Yes.
And so following in Steve's footsteps, and then Matthias Maurer from ESA, the German astronaut, his first space flight as well, and just awesome to get to work with all of them. It was, it was a time of our life up there, honestly.
And for those who wonder about what you mean when you talk about the turtles, it's the class of turtles, right? When you graduated into being an astronaut.
Right, so a bale of turtles is the technical term.
A bale of turtles.
A herd of turtles, if you will. Yeah, so the tradition in the astronaut office is the previous class names the incoming class. So we were named the turtles by the 2013 class somewhat as a
derogatory
yes,
term?
it was, I think slightly derogatory. It meant to be slow, but we took it as quite the compliment. So when the vice president announced our class in 2017, he made the analogy that when he grew up, if you saw a turtle on a fence post, you knew it didn't get there by itself. So we take it as a definite nod to all the people that got us here. Because the reality is, whether it's family, friends, the trainers at the different centers, we are just the doers, the eyes and the ears for the mission control, the flight controllers, the scientists, and our families to do the work. So yeah, we definitely did not get here by ourselves, and so we love the turtle term, and proud to be sending Woody up there to continue the. Kathy mentioned a continuous U.S. presence in space. Since for 22 years we've had a continuous turtle presence in space since 2021. So.
Which is, of course, worth mentioning.
Exactly. The more important stat.
And I had also heard that, poignantly, Turtles was fitting because when you graduated, it was Hurricane Harvey.
That's right. Yeah, when we showed up,
put
actually,
a lot of water down in the Houston area.
That was also a big part of it. Yep. You can see they're doing zipper checks right now. So there's there's three main zippers, one that goes from one leg to the other, and then one on each arm. And on each of those, there's an inner bladder layer, which is the actual pressure garment, and then the outer layer is the restraint layer. And then down on the boots, they actually have a boot zipper on top of that. But in each case, on the three main zippers, there's a white tooth that they're looking for, and you get a two-person check. So the person that does it looks for it, and then someone else visually verifies that white tooth is visible, that which guarantees that the pressure garment is sealed.
Get that good seal, critical safety component for these suits. Got another social question, Raja, and this one is about one of your fellow astronauts. At Ian Benecken asks, do you miss your German space brother, Astro Matthias, and did he teach you something in German during your 6 months in space?
Oh yeah, we definitely miss Matthias. One of the weird things when you come back is you spend your work day together and your downtime together for 6 months, and then when we came back, you take a Gulfstream back to JSC or to Ellington and then JSC, and then he gets whisked away. So after seeing him for 6 months, all of a sudden he's gone. So it was almost like having someone in your family ripped out of the house. Very yeah, we definitely miss Matthias, and it's good whenever he gets back to visit us. In terms of learning German, I think he had his birthday up there, so we definitely learned that. And honestly, I forgot.
Happy birthday in German.
Honestly, I've forgotten it. I'm supposed to know how to speak Russian as well, because we learned that as part of our training. And yeah, it's.
You were working on the Russian playlist. You did give it a good
I was able to read the songs that Andre had on his list. So I have a little bit, but my German has escaped me.
Oh well. It's
but
understandable.
I'm sure Matthias
if you
would
don't use it.
But exactly, yeah.
Away,
Matthias would be disappointed, but
it tends to slip away, yeah.
Yeah. So again, way ahead of schedule here. So normally on the timeline, the crew is using about 2:35 prior to launch would be crew ingress, and you can see they're already pretty much there already. So kind of doing some more checks here. So they're basically having the crew make sure that, so you can see those white loops on their straps. They're meant so that the crew can find those and pull them tight. So that gives them leverage to pull down and tighten the restraints. And so there's 4 of them, 2 for their shoulders, and then you can see like Woody, you can see a little bit of better example down underneath his hands. You can see there's kind of a grouping of 4 of them. So 2 for his shoulders, 2 for the legs, and there's also toe loops, which you can kind of see on Steve's. You can see them up near like where the top of his foot, and those. We talked about sliding your foot into that restraint, and then the loop goes over that you then tighten with those straps. So that's basically what they're doing now, is checking each one of those 4 on all 4 crew, and making sure that they're not.
All right, so as you can see the clock on there, Omer, it's 2.5 hours to launch. It's approximately 12:35 a.m. Eastern time. So we're about 2.5 hours out. And I know Amo would be saying, you know, if there was a mixed crew on board, where's the cabin? Does it have a cabin? In the back?
No issues are in work at the moment.
Or a cab? So what's up, Justin and Amol and Kathy and everybody watching on the other stream platforms?
Pretty quickly.
We still have 2.5 hours.
Didn't disturb the count. You see our crew waving goodbye before the SpaceX cameraman.
Yeah, there's nothing now. They're just gonna sit there and wait. You know, they do a lot of the systems checks and all that stuff. I mean, obviously. But just think, now they're in their position. They're gonna be there for 2.5 hours, whether they like it or not. They're gonna be in that position. And then they're gonna be in that position for a little bit when they go up. So I'm sure Amo would have some kind of a special spacesuit. So, you know, all that stuff that he eats, that plant-based and all that, has somewhere to go.
They were, which is the first private mission to the U.S.
Right?
segment. First time we've launched private astronauts from the U.S. So yeah, a pretty historic mission, and just the start of things to come. You heard Kathy later.
4. Oh my gosh! Imagine.
Yeah, what was that like? You've got.
Yeah, at least Justin, at least that.
And you're also helping.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. I think the key.
And I would be afraid of farting.
I think the interesting thing.
I'm just saying. I'm sure it's nice and air circulated, you know. But if you notice anybody bring their visor down, you know something. It's not exactly going right. And then you see all the. It's funny. Imagine the one person that did fart but won't admit it, but everybody else closes their visors down. You know, the guilty party. Can you imagine that they all put their visors down and then just look at that person all at the same time? That would be unbelievable.
MS2.
Oh my gosh.
Umbilical comm check. Report when ready for seat rotation.
No, it's all built into the suit, Omer. It's all built into the suit. All jokes aside, they have everything they need.
As we get ready for the seat rotation,
if you know, things happen.
So they can get into launch position.
But now it's just hoping that we get to launch.
Relying on her to give us.
And hopefully we will see a launch tonight. But like I exactly.
Shooting it right now.
The thing is, this is awesome. This never ever gets old to see this.
sure it's a challenge to.
But like I said, I'm really looking forward to Starship.
Very small hatch, but she also has to maneuver around the team, making sure
That's
that she
gonna
doesn't
be a
interfere with
really,
operations.
really interesting launch.
So they're in,
Watching that stream.
100 on the display, so that's what Woody was interacting with there a second ago.
Now,
That
I think
before was just checking the hardline communications.
it's gonna be one of those unbelievable moments next year.
Then they are now in 4.100 for seat rotation, so you saw them talking before Steve.
All right, don't worry. The dentist is not coming in. You're all fine.
All their arms and everything was clear.
You got to worry about that.
Path of the seats. You don't want anything
next year, when they do the actual astronaut launch on Artemis to circle and go around the moon,
looks like it was a good rotation.
that's going to be unbelievable.
The core.
To actually have astronauts on Artemis for Artemis 2.
Like,
and then I think it's 2026 when they actually attempt the landing on the moon.
Now you can see a great view underneath their seats of what else they're taking up to the
That's
space station
going to be
with them. So those
another
central
moment to look
ones
forward
there,
to.
those are cold lockers.
So there's, and it's all coming.
Kind of science
It's going to
in
come
there,
quick. Time
That
flies.
has to be preserved at a particular temperature. The
So
left
I'm really
side,
looking forward to
aft
those.
two look like it's some kind of cargo. The forward two, which we can't quite see, is survival equipment. That'd be the red. And then the right side looks like a semi-larger piece of cargo. We call all those things CTBs, those containers, and they are referred to by the
Dragon
size.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 2. Suit leak check.
We would not know about it, Almer, because they wouldn't tell us. Unless a camera caught, they'll just say it's something else. Ice coming off.
Can you please put the line
That bag
on
is
here?
red for
All right,
a
Mom.
reason.
Right, so it'd be easy to
Survival
spot,
gear.
exactly.
Wanna be
So
able to spot that real quick.
the timeline, so they have two displays up, well, three displays, but the two they're probably looking at is one's called a timeline, or event details we call it. Normally you'd be ready for suit leak checks about 2:14 from launch, so again running ahead, which is good. You heard Arthur ask him, or the Corps ask him to get ready for the suit leak check, so you saw him just pull their visors down. Steve's talking to him right now about the reminder to remain still. There is a way for the crew to stop a leak check, and the reason you would do that, because as it's pressurizing, let's say you got a hot spot in the suit, that pressure bladder, there's folds in that, so as it inflates, it could poke into the back of your knee, elbow, or joint, and so there is the ability for the crew to stop that if someone's experiencing pain.
Come in there and make the adjustment.
Exactly, yep.
And so they'll leave the door open for
Right.
that reason?
Yep. Yeah, and also if the suit fails the leak check, they've got some components up in the white room there where they could come try to fix something. But the reason they did the
SpaceX Dragon tear is complete. We are ready for leak checks.
SpaceX copies. You are go for Section 3 suit leak check.
And we are go for Section 3 suit leak check. That's in work.
So the whole reason they do the leak checks in the suit room is to find any gross malfunction and know that the suit is fine. So if there were something between the suit room and now, you would suspect it was probably a zipper just not being fully sealed versus something actually wrong with the suit. So right
and now we're seeing those suits inflate?
Not quite yet.
Not
So
quite
we'll
yet?
see them. Yeah, the way you'll know is you'll see their arms kind of go out like zombies eventually, which they're just they're stretching out right now. They're looking at what's called a suit transducer. So they're wanting to make sure it's in zero. You'll hear Steve tell them that the tear is done. Yep, and now it looks like, based on where Andre's head is at in the helmet, it looks like it is inflating now. As you can see, the neck ring kind of expanding, which is why on the ground you see that helmet down on the top of their head, but now once it's inflating, you can see why the suit is built that way and restrained. As you can see now, you can just see his nose before you can see his mouth.
So it pushes the helmet up a little
Right,
bit.
yep. And you can see Woody and Andre's hands you can see their knees look way bigger now. And so they have an indication of what the suit pressure in each seat is at by individual, and they're waiting to see if it holds steady at full pressure. And you can see that at this point, the last basically 30 seconds are kind of critical. You try not to move. If you move, that can actually throw off the reading.
And so at the same time that they're performing these suit leak checks, new for this mission, SpaceX is also right now performing the side hatch inspection. This is part of them doing those operations in parallel that I mentioned earlier, which will save them time and build time into the margin.
Exactly.
Just in case they need it.
Yeah, wherever you can buy margin, because these are all instantaneous launch windows, meaning if there are problems, unlike a shuttle launch where there's built-in holes, this one is a continuously running clock. So anytime you can buy yourself margin for having problems, that's great.
Our T0 tonight, 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time. The range continues to report no issues, so we're looking good there. Also, Raja, the weather forecast continues to be acceptable. Take a look at this. Just like on Sunday, only a 5% chance of violation for weather. The only concern would be a flight through precipitation, which would come in the form of a cloud.
SpaceX Dragon, 4 nominal suits.
Well, there you had the 4 good suit leak checks.
SpaceX copies and concurs. Closeout team will now perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. Proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch. Additionally, stand by for ground station.
Just think, we still got a little under 2.5 hours to go. 2.5 hours.
It's good to hear the good suits, and there we see them well underway.
I could take a power nap and come back, and I could still be waiting.
So I expect the crew will pop their visors back over.
It is 37 here.
And then the core mentions, you can see them opening now. And you can definitely see, it's a good example there now. You can see Andre, with the way his helmet sits when it's depressurized, you can see all the way down to his chin. So you can see how the suit expands when it's inflated.
Want to wrap up the weather before we get too far away from it. Only a 5% chance of violation for launch from here.
And SpaceX Dragon, crew was ready for side hatch closure.
So the crew's ready for the side hatch to be closed, but the closeout crew continues to inspect and document.
SpaceX copies.
The launch team still monitoring the weather in the ascent corridor. And I understand from our team at JSC that that's right on the line. We're green to go at the moment, but they are monitoring that closely. Of course, this is the winds and the sea states along the ascent corridor. Should, for some reason, Dragon need to abort off the top of the Falcon 9, it would need to splash down somewhere along the eastern seaboard. And you got to have good weather conditions because those astronauts will be landing in the ocean in the case of emergency, and they could be there for an hour or two before they are rescued from the capsule, and you want to have good sea states for any kind of rescue to happen.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a key thing, and it can sometimes be frustrating if the weather is beautiful here, but bad along the eastern seaboard. And it's not just unique to Dragon. Actually, when I was talking to Steve about this scrub, so you mentioned he flew on STS-126 and STS-127, which is the following shuttle flight. He was the lead astronaut closeout crew, and they had 6 scrubs, and 2 of those were the weather was beautiful here, but not along the ascent corridor. But yeah, it's important for both the capsule and for the recovery teams as well. So if the winds and waves are out of limits, that can be a problem for the capsule landing in the water, specifically what's called the back shell or the bottom of the capsule. And then the other problem is, actually getting a recovery team to them. If you've got really bad weather conditions, it's dangerous for them as well. So we try to protect. You need to protect for that entire case and that whole corridor, and we also protect for some trajectory. Things are pretty much right down the middle, but we also build in errors to that trajectory, so you actually have to build out a zone along the ascent corridor. It's not just a straight line, and so that adds even more surface area. And when you're talking the ocean, there's a lot of weather. There's a lot of ocean out there. Yeah,
It is a large area of weather that you need to be good to go before you launch, which is much different than uncrewed launches.
Right.
When you're not launching people, you don't have to monitor the weather to the extent that you do on a night like tonight anytime you're launching astronauts. So it is a tighter needle to thread.
Yeah, it is an impressive array of recovery forces that are pre-positioned to support this. And so there's Navy ships, there's Air Force assets, pararescue personnel, basically not just along the East Coast, but on the West Coast, out of Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii. There's C-17. So pretty much it's a worldwide posture. Other nations volunteer to help. So when you hear them talk about the abort calls on the way up, they'll call Shannon, which is actually in Ireland. So we have help even from European partners. So it is quite the choreographed effort to make sure that they're safe all along the ascent trajectory.
Shannon's a good Irish name, right?
Yeah.
For
well, yeah. So on Crew 1, Shannon got to call Shannon.
And there's the good ship Shannon as well.
So you can see they're taking a look at the hatch seals on the hatch side. So they already looked at the spacecraft side while they're getting in. That's why you see Ninja 35 kind of holding in position and someone tucked behind there. They're looking at the hatch side seals as part of the inspection before they close it up.
And while they take a look at that, we want to talk a little bit about the beginning of this program and the history that was made, as well as quite the honor that was bestowed on Raja's fellow astronauts. We're launching, of course, American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and it all began with those two trailblazers of the Commercial Crew Program, Bob and Doug, who recently received the highest civilian honor an astronaut can achieve.
Dragon, SpaceX. Closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And please ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
It is my great honor to award you both the Congressional Space Medal of Honor.
In January, Vice President Kamala Harris spoke to a packed room at the White House about the dedication of NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken.
Bob and Doug represent the best of our nation. There's no question about it.
NASA selected both men to be astronauts for the Space Shuttle program in 2000. But when the shuttle program ended 11 years later, Doug and Bob's work did not. NASA collaborated with the private sector to build the next generation of spacecraft.
Every part of the capsule, from flight controls and emergency procedures to computer displays and cockpit layout, all of that shaped by Bob and Doug's decades of know-how.
And in May of 2020, the SpaceX Crew Dragon was ready to soar.
Bob and Doug returned to the Kennedy Space Center. They suited up, they waved to their families, and they rode an elevator up nearly 20 stories. They strapped in to their seats and waited as the tanks beneath them filled with tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. And then
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Demo 2 was the first crewed flight for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, ushering in a new era of human spaceflight. And now, the names Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken have been added to an elite list. Prior to the ceremony, the Congressional Space Medal of Honor had only been given to 28 people, astronauts like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn.
We're following in their footsteps, and so it's just an incredible honor.
It was humbling to be a part of the mission. We got to be the smiling faces on the pointy end of a rocket ship.
Because of their bravery, missions like Crew 6 are happening today.
Bob and Doug together have written the first page of a new chapter in the history of American space flight.
Well, congratulations to both Bob and Doug, and a well-deserved honor. Doug Hurley recently retiring from the astronaut corps. Bob Behnken still cranking it along. In fact, he came out and was an astronaut co-host, sitting in your seat, Raja, for Crew 5. And it's a great contribution. I like the soundbite where he said, the smiling faces on the pointy end of a rocket ship. But they often, gave a lot of credit to those around them who helped build
build the rocket, build the spacecraft, train them, get them to where they needed to be.
This
in
is
order
the
to
same
have
plate.
The confidence
Don't think
to
it's
ride
second servings.
a
It's
space
the same
vehicle for the
plate.
very first time and make that historic flight.
Yeah, they were really leaders of the team. There's no doubt about that. And I can't repeat enough what the vice president said. Like, it literally is a new era of space flight. I mean, Kathy Leaders mentioned, like, here we are on Crew 6. Who would have thought that then? I mean, and just the way they designed that team. There's still things in training. It's very common to hear, even as we talk about Starship design and stuff like that for Lunar Lander with SpaceX, but definitely during Dragon training flows of like, why is the display this way? Or how, this seems like a great solution. How did we come up with that? Like, Bob and Doug. And they were so inclusive in training as well. I distinctly remember getting to come out on some trips and Doug and Bob having me sit in the capsule with them and them taking the time, not only they're doing the sim, but also showing me like, this is what this means and this is why this display is doing that. So, I mean, they brought one along with them. And so it wasn't, they're being very humble, saying, they are riding the rocket, but they brought that team along, and they spent many, many years before Demo 2 developing the work, working with SpaceX, working with the NASA teams. I mean, over a decade of work to get to where they were, and so very well deserved, and couldn't be prouder of them. And they have left a lasting mark on the astronaut office, on the agency, and really on the nation. I mean, we have now an entire industry that didn't exist, before this commercial crew program. I mean, it's quite amazing when you look at like going to SpaceX, going to Boeing, going to these places that are doing these programs and seeing all these engineers that have a place that they're proud to go to after college and want to go to. It's inspiring. It is an exciting time coming down here to the Cape. You just see the buzz down here. There's so much going on, and they kicked all this off.
There is a launch now every 6 days here at America's Spaceport, and you're absolutely right, Raja. We've never been this busy.
Yeah.
Aiming for more than 100 launches this year, just SpaceX alone. So an incredible amount of activity. I like from the story that you just told that they took the time with you, the commander for Crew 3, even though your mission was 3 missions away from where theirs was, right?
Well, there might have been an ulterior motive. I don't know. Doug probably doesn't want me to tell you this, but I had my.
He's not here.
He's not here. So my phone fell out of my pocket while I was in the capsule. In the mock-up.
No kidding.
And so I then owed some adult beverages to the crew that had to fish that thing out. And so I got quite a bit of hard time. Come to find out later that had happened to one Doug Hurley a little while earlier, so I think maybe he was just trying to swing that spotlight to me. So maybe that's my theory.
He didn't give you an extra hard time, did he?
He might have.
Oh, he might have, even so. Okay.
No, but it was awesome though. No, I mean, it was, and you're exactly right. That kind of mentorship is exactly what we lean on in our office. We have a term called IAs, which are instructor astronauts, and those two epitomize that, bringing the whole corps along with them, and they had the lessons from shuttle and what worked, what didn't work. They'd seen Soyuz over the years, so I mean they had such a wide breadth of experience to pull into what SpaceX and NASA designed.
And while we're speaking about honors that come out of the White House, Raja, you were nominated by the President of the United States for the appointment to grade of Air Force Brigadier General. It's a nomination, so you're still waiting, Senate approval, but congratulations.
Thanks very much. Yeah, we're very humbled and proud to get to continue serving in that next grade. So yeah, excited to get to do that here at NASA.
NASA's military astronauts, we have a number of them here, you being one of them. Very proud to have you both serving our country and helping us explore space.
Yeah, and we love our jobs.
And I can see why. This is an exciting time. Certainly we talked about that. And we're taking a long look at the hatch at the moment, probably making some final uploads of the seal there. And as we do that, let's check back in with our Courtney Beasley at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Courtney.
Thanks, Daryl. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively monitoring the International Space Station as they await Dragon's arrival. The crew aboard the International Space Station is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. They have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew 6, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and prepping the sleep stations for the new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission. And then back here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for Crew 6's launch to the space station. Once we get into integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting this series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. We'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston. And during our launch coverage, we like to highlight employees in the commercial crew program who are working behind the scenes to make today's mission possible. Earlier this week, Kennedy's Jasmine Hopkins spoke to NASA's recovery director for Crew 5. Let's take a look.
Joining us now is NASA Recovery Director Brian Berry. Thanks for being here.
Of course, thank you.
Of course. So, Brian, we understand that you are the NASA Recovery Director for Crew 5, but you've actually done a lot of things for human spaceflight. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Yeah, that's right. So I started my career as a flight controller for the ISS program. My team was responsible for maintenance on the space station. So I had the opportunity to work directly with the astronauts, train them on tools and repair procedures. So that was a lot of fun and something I never thought I would do when I was studying to be an engineer. After that, I moved over to the safety team, and I was our safety rep for the Commercial Crew Program Safety Panel. So that was my first exposure to CCP, and I would go review the hazard reports for Dragon and Starliner. That was a pretty neat experience also because I was able to work with Bob and Doug prior to Demo 2 and just kind of work with them on the hazard reports and get their perspective on the risk and the mission overall. After that, in 2020, I came out to Commercial Crew and I work for them directly now, and I've been doing launch and recovery operations since then. On the launch team, my role is to lead the rescue effort if we need to. If there's a pad emergency egress or a pad abort, the launch rescue director calls in the rescue forces, so that's what I did for Crew 5.
I'm just seeing if anybody's paying attention.
And then as the recovery director, I lead the NASA portion of the team that goes out on the ship with SpaceX. We bring out our flight surgeons and we check out the crew and we load them up on the helicopter and get them back home.
Right, so you've worn a lot of hats for the Commercial Crew Program. How did your work as a flight controller in Houston prepare you to be a NASA recovery director?
Well, in Houston, working the ISS operations, you see day in and day out in the control center, you get the full feel of the 6-month mission, so you understand what the crew is going through for that long of a mission. And I think I just kind of bring that crew perspective of the ISS side to the CCP program, and so when it's time to bring the crew home, we know we owe them a smooth and speedy recovery, so that's our priority and our objective.
Right. Brian, it's great that you have that personal relationship with them. What challenges do you and the recovery team have to be prepared for?
Well, the biggest challenge for recovery for Dragon is definitely the weather. We have to find a landing site where the winds are low and the waves are low. So SpaceX has several landing sites around the state of Florida that we can look at and choose the best weather. Beyond that, we start looking at things like contingencies if the crew is injured, and we've got helicopters on standby for a medevac if we need to. And then, there's also just built-in redundancy on the ship and throughout the vehicle. So, but yeah, weather is definitely the biggest challenge for landing.
Right. Now, weather is a huge challenge in Florida for a lot of things. And after Crew 5 returns, Brian, you're going to transition to a new role in the Commercial Crew Program, Mission Manager for Crew 8. Can you tell us how you're preparing for that?
That role begins 18 months out. So for Crew 8, which launches a year from now, we've already begun those meetings with SpaceX. And so it's pretty exciting to be a part of that early in the mission. And yeah, I'm just honored and proud to do that for the program.
Of course. Well, congratulations, Brian. So glad to have you here tonight.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine. And we are currently now 2 hours and 7 minutes and counting as we watch the SpaceX closeout crew close the hatch to the Dragon capsule. Dragon Endeavour, the flight leader in SpaceX's fleet, with flight number 4 today, hopefully get off the pad and notch another flight under its belt. Countdown is proceeding nominally at this point. On board Dragon spacecraft Endeavour, we've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. The astronauts, you can see them seated. They were rotated into flight position. We had their suit leak checks. That was successfully completed.
Yep, and you heard the call from the Corps prior to the hatch closing about making sure that all their loose items were stowed. That's kind of key, because once that hatch is closed, if you drop anything, that's a problem. So you can see right now they're probably updating their notes. The hatch is closed. You'll probably hear at some point SpaceX confirm the hatch is closed. They're watching on the bottom of each of their displays. It always shows the flight computer state. And what that state tells you is it's sort of major phases that the vehicle is in, and then it's important to the crew because only certain commands are available in a particular state. So once hatch is closed, and that kicks off the next sequence of events.
I thought it was interesting you mentioned this during our first launch attempt. There's a state that you move into where the emergency handle
Dragon
is active.
SpaceX, ComCheck over ground station.
That's one of those states.
Correct, Elliot.
SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear over the ground station.
But it's not active in all the states leading up, so it's certainly a very definitive point in time.
Core has you loud and clear. Ground station ComCheck is complete. Stand by for TDRS ComCheck.
Now we're rolling through the com checks. These are with the different
different paths. So we had checked via the hardline communication. Now the hatch is closed, so it's the first one you heard was the ground. Now it's through TDRS, which is the S-band communication system. So basically through satellites. And that's important because once it gets off the pad, line of sight will work for a certain amount of time, but eventually you're going to have to rely on satellite communication. So they're checking that out before they get to orbit.
Well, afterwards, the SpaceX closeout team will be performing the final leak check on the hatch. And then once that is finished, you can see it there, it's closed. The team will begin steps to ready the access arm for
Dragon,
leak track.
SpaceX, ComCheck.
SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS ComCheck is complete. Stand by for ComChecks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
And so what they're checking now, the MD is mission director, LD is launch director.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, ComCheck.
DC Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with MD.
Now, while this is
Dragon,
happening,
MD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
the closeout team will leave the pad at T-minus 1 hour, so they'll stay
MD
here.
Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
They'll be with them for the next hour, and then leave at
MD,
T-minus
loud
60
and clear.
minutes.
Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, ComCheck.
MD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, ComCheck.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX. Launch configuration ComChecks are now complete.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And so those two nets you heard him talk about, as you can imagine, in both Mission Control, MCCX, which is in Hawthorne, and then MCC Houston, each of the flight controllers has a whole bunch of different channels they can be on. So Dragon to ground is what the crew is typically talking on, and there's a whole lot of other comms going on that the crew doesn't need to hear. But those key people have a net that does talk directly to the crew that's not Dragon to ground. Countdown 1 is what they're talking on. And so for the launch, they tie their...
Happy birthday, Mitchie. Uh-oh.
By the displays is essentially like an ejection handle, so you can pull that and it'll initiate a launch escape. But exactly like you said, it wouldn't do it right now. You could pull the handle, nothing would happen. So it is only armed, and we'll hear that later in the count when they say LES armed, and that's why that's such a key thing, was that handle is hot, which is the manual initiation. What that also means is the automated system is hot, meaning if the vehicle detected something, it would also automatically initiate a launch escape. But the reason they tie all those people together is, especially during ascent, you want the quickest word to the crew if there's something that would tell them they should manually initiate escape, and that's why they make sure that those loops are properly tied. So it's on the ground that they're doing that. It's pretty much
Dragon
transparent to the
SpaceX
crew.
commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
There's that state change we were talking about.
Right.
SpaceX Dragon will be watching. Thank you.
And so so they're not arming it yet, but what they're doing is checking the automated parameters. So they put it into a mode to look at the automated triggers to make sure none of them are showing out of limits, because right now sitting on the pad, it should be fine. So if there was something that's like a bad sensor or bad telemetry, you'd want to know that now before you put it into automated mode and then inadvertently trigger an escape. So that's what they're checking. So just like we talked earlier in the broadcast about the T-tab, is it a bad sensor or is it actually a bad thing? That's what they're checking now, just to make sure there's no bad sensors in the system that would initiate a launch escape.
Curious, in your training, Raj, what would constitute a moment where you would pull that handle versus it going off automatically? It'd
be for like something where. So there could be some situations where the rate is low enough that you know something's wrong, but it hasn't hit the threshold yet to trigger it. So waiting for the automatic system is just taking extra time, so you might as well manually initiate. There could be some cases of fires where you would do it, where you recognize it before. So especially like a fire, that might not trigger the automated system.
I see. And
or
that you can clearly
exactly,
see
or if there's a failure of the communications, not the communication like talking system, but basically the communication path, the interface between the vehicles, where essentially it eliminates the automation, and then you would manually do it. So there's a few cases you would be very hesitant to do it. You'd want to be very confident, right? Because it is a emotionally significant event, both from it is
physically and
physically, yes, yeah, it is a lot of G's, very fast, so it's going to rock and roll you quite a bit. So you don't want to do it if you're not positive, but you definitely want to use it. It's a great feature to have, and definitely one of the lessons we've learned as we've evolved our space and launch vehicle technologies.
You mentioned speed, 436 miles per hour. That system can get up and go, take you 2.5 miles off the coast of Florida here into the Atlantic Ocean, and it could be a lifesaver if the situation were to arrive. So this is certainly not child's play we're talking about here. This is big time stuff when it comes to space flight. But every Dragon astronaut crew, even though it's not child's play, does bring a stuffed toy with them.
This is true. Yeah,
making a tough transition here.
That's well done.
The purpose of that stuffed toy, though, it has a purpose. When the toy starts floating, the strapped-in crew has confirmation that they've reached microgravity, and the name of it is a zero-G indicator. There's been 7 on Dragon so far, and let's take a look at them all. Who can forget this one? A little guy, plush Earth, floating around by himself on the first uncrewed flight test in 2017 called Demo 1, which 4 years ago today, Raja, it was launched. Wow. That was followed up by a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob Binken's son Theo and crewmate Doug Hurley's son Jack. We just talked about
Dragon SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Crew 1 took a toy Baby Yoda with them to the first 4-person crew.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And then, since then, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2, a turtle, your turtle, for Crew 3. And then for Crew 4, it was a turtle and a chimp.
Double turtle.
Double turtle. And then for the last mission, the first humanoid, the little Albert Einstein little thinker plush doll. And so we didn't get to find out in our first attempt what Crew 6 is doing. Well, I'll be honest. I know.
What's up, Chantal?
But we're saving it until they get up into space. And we should see it, once they get up there.
Yeah, and the history of it is, you notice in some of those pictures, the crew was already out of their seats, but in reality, when you first see it deploy, they're still strapped in. And so even though you in your stomach have that feeling of being in a roller coaster and you're falling, you aren't actually moving. You're still fully strapped in. So the way you can check your senses is your zero-G indicator starts to float. And so in our case, Our turtle was named Fowl, which was a nod to Matthias, since that's German.
Mm-hmm.
It was also specifically a peacock turtle, because Tom Marshburn is a class in the peacock. So it was a
I haven't been paying attention to what they're saying. I'm doing work in the background. This is just time kill conversation, really. You know, like geeky stuff that they feel, you know, vitally important to discuss. I do want to show something quick, but we have to mute this volume first. Next week. It's all about next week now.
Seen UFO Expo 2023, March 10th through the 12th at the Roswell Convention Center. 3 days packed with 40 different events, including 10 different film screens, producers, celebrity personalities, and renowned speakers, and all just a few blocks from the UFO Museum and Research Center. The 3-day pass includes VIP parties, mixer tents, speakers, live music, film festival, cosplay events, and more. Get tickets and more info at ufoxpo.com. UFO Expo 2023, March 10th through the 12th at the Roswell Convention Center. Get ready for the most out-of-this-world weekend.
I can't wait for that.
Got to run the comm checks again.
Yep. So probably maybe they had to reconfigure something, or maybe someone wasn't on or didn't hear it maybe. So they want to just make sure everyone's tied in. And then you heard the Falcon 9 operator comm checks after that, which we haven't done. And that will be when you hear the different subsystems for each of the Falcon 9, the main parts that they're monitoring that could lead to a launch escape. They'll all chime in, and again,
oh, cool!
You're
coming to Pine Bush.
Before,
cool.
making sure. Normally, those people wouldn't talk directly to the crew, but if you had, one of those systems that that was your question, like, hey, when would you do it? Like, well, that would be a time, like, if the GNC, which is Guidance, Navigation, Control, sees something off that they think is dangerous, they can have the ability to call the crew directly and tell them to initiate a launch escape.
Okay. Great
and again,
insight.
It'd be like a trend they're seeing. Maybe it hasn't hit the automated limit.
I was trying to do the
but they know it's
Alien
going
Ninja
to. And so if it buys you a second or two, then it's worth getting
Might
that
be
call.
faster than
Nobody
the automated
caught it.
system.
Right.
Maybe I'm just too small.
And
on the
that's why
fucking
they're
screen. That's probably
consolidating the communications to the crew, as Raja has mentioned.
It's better to be small.
We have an
would
hour and
complain if I
53
made it
minutes
bigger.
until liftoff at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time here from
my God, we
the
still
Kennedy
got
Space
under
Center in
2
Florida,
hours.
America's spaceport. Now as the pad team wraps up its final checks and clears the white room, that's when the action will start to pick up. We're looking forward a little bit. Crew access arm will retract. We'd have the arming of the launch escape system, and then of course prop load. So we will keep this live view of the crew here as they're sitting tight for the next hour or so.
Looks like the camera froze to me.
Rajachari doing a great
no.
job
It's just
of
moving
keeping
really
us
slow.
informed about what's happening as we watch it. And if you want to ask him a question, we're taking them. Just head on over to social media.
Oh, great question actually on there. So
need
actually
to
the one's
really,
not a
watch-
question was a shout out from Steve Bowen.
Do we really need to watch this right now for the next hour and a half? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, we could hear the audio if you guys want. But that's all we're going to see. Is the 4 of them sitting there. I mean, really? For an hour and a half? Chantal, yes, Chantal, not Chanel, Amo. What's up, Daryl? Says, can you imagine? Most people, especially in the U.S., could never sit for 2 hours, let alone facing upright. It would remind me of the dentist. That's what I think. Oh my gosh. Nightmarish. Exactly. It's like watching paint dry. That won't happen till SpaceX starts. Now, let's see if SpaceX is on. I think they start an hour before. I'm gonna catch flack for this. Reuters, give me a break. Oh, that's Mission Control. This is the upcoming feed. This is just the audio. That's the one we're watching. So SpaceX starts at 11:30, so 45 minutes. This is where we're gonna probably switch to. They have better audio. They just have better. So we'll wait for that. 45 minutes. So we know 11:30. We'll tune into SpaceX for the last hour. Oh my God, Justin! Imagine. False alarm. I see you on Trovo X. We're on Rumble and we're on Twitch too. Rumble is quiet. My gosh. But Trovo is delayed. That sounds worse than the launch. Oh my God. I don't know. I don't think there's any. I think I drank all the coffee already today. I don't know if I want to be wired till 3 o'clock in the morning. Chantel. The thing is, though, Trovo looks better. You know, that's the thing. Trovo looks better than YouTube. It's a sharper image. For those who can manage to get to Trovo. Oh God, when I drink too much coffee, I get wired. Oh my gosh. It's so beautiful to see that sky. Look, we have something flaring up in the middle. We got a little flare up right in the middle. So, like I said, at 11:30 Eastern, we'll start the SpaceX coverage. There might be some activity trying to develop. I see reds and the green. I'm definitely starting to see it, but let's see what happens. Could fade out just as easy, like it's doing right now. Looks like it's fading out a little bit. Oh. So let's see. In 5 minutes, this could be insane. In 5 minutes, there could be nothing on the screen. But I'm starting to see the reds coming back in real time. See, somewhere we're looking, I don't know what direction we're looking. We're probably looking south towards Seattle. And that's what just came out of a mole's house. Oh my God. No drinking. I did buy German beer, but I ain't up to it. If we gotta still go another 2 hours, I would pass out. Mitchie, oh my gosh. Exactly, Justin. That's what I'm thinking. It's like the vegan tornado. And it was produced artificially by a mole. I'm just. I'll be nice. What is that link to, Chantal? Because I've been having problems getting copy and pasting YouTube links. Right? All they got to do is gas up his gas, and there's plenty of fuel to make it to Mars. Oh, it's a great song. I can't play music. We're on YouTube. I would love to be listening to music right now. But we're going to be going back to SpaceX. Well, not going back to it. We're going to go to SpaceX in 40 minutes. Oh, I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start because I was thinking he has enough fuel to take off and land in India. Non-stop flight. Just let me stop. Oh my gosh. I can't click it for 10 seconds. Anything gets hit, you don't even know. I got hit for a 10-second clip the other day. Banned and blocked in countries. Just for 10 seconds. I couldn't believe it. No joke. That's why if you try to play mashups, you ain't getting away with it no more. They already caught on to that. They mistook a mole as a balloon. Oh my God. Took him out over the Pacific Ocean. Oh my God. Oh, it's the coffee. I blame the coffee. Yeah, it's like London Bridge. Hey, Amal told me to ignore you, Chantal. How is she involved? She didn't do anything. Don't drag her into this. She didn't say a word about you. I did. She's not encouraging me. I got that all covered all by myself. Oh my gosh. And you know what's probably odd? When we're all together, nah, I'm wrong. I'm still going to do the same thing. I ain't going to be nice in person. I'm not going to be like Jekyll and Hyde and pretend to be somebody else when... Screw that. They're going to go... I'm going all out in person, too. Oh, man. It's over. I might just start laughing without saying my first word. I may start laughing before just looking at him. Oh, my God. Oh, how easy I laugh to myself. Humor myself. You know what I'm saying, though? Can you imagine? And I could hear him all say something like this. Bill, you're as fat as a fuck as I thought you were. I could just hear him saying something like that. Oh, my gosh. Oh, no, he predicted that you were, Chantal. He predicted that. He said you're probably in that state right now. So Amal was actually correct. Let's not give him too much credit. Anyway, I think it'll be cool. Oh my God, Justin. Oh, see, I don't want to say it because people these days can't take a joke. Like, it's not making fun of people, obviously. You know. But my gosh, it's a joke. But you know what I mean? Have you ever seen? I'm sure you have. I don't know if you're as crazy in the mind as I am. But have you ever seen like when they do the pranks in the supermarkets and stuff? Like the farting and all that stuff. These days, I could do another one. Like, I can't touch that subject. Exactly, the look on people's faces. And can you, because I don't know if it's ever happened to you, but if you walk into a, what happened, Mel? Here.
I don't know what
If you ever walk into a store and you start coughing a lot, people are like,
Thank you.
they look at you funny. Like,
If they don't cover if they don't cover
no,
the
it's not
mouth.
even about that. I'm just coughing. I'm not dying.
Oh, you mean with the cough?
Yeah, can't talk about it. Now, what are you doing and touching?
To be honest with you,
That rocks when you touch it.
this is my property here too.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. She didn't
So
go
I
there.
could touch
Yeah, but
anything
it's
I want.
rocking it, and
I'm
there are
not
things.
rocking- I didn't even go there. You see, this is your mind.
Anyway,
Mira, mira.
I'm going to mute now because this is going to turn
yeah, the
into a
TV.
conversation.
No,
Yes,
no,
the
no,
TV.
The TV's there. You turn it to, not me. But you know,
Please stop.
I'm a Holly Ali.
Oh, no, now she wants the box.
Come on, baby, come on.
I'll find a kangaroo for you.
Oh no, you can find the kangaroo, but I'll find the.
Ma, you hit it again.
What happened? Oh, well, this is not supposed to be there. Anyway.
But it's not the point.
But it's
That
be-
TV tips. It's
I
over.
know,
It's going to
but
close
I know
all
you're
kinds.
right. You're right. You're 100% right.
Oh, I can't wait to film for you, Chantal, next week. Oh, I am dying to film for you, especially when I'm on the smaller. So, window seats always.
Okay.
So I will do some special footage just for you.
That's if they allow you on the plane.
Why would they not allow me on the plane?
Because sometimes, a lot of times when they do that, sometimes they tell you to turn because interfere with the pilots in the
I'm
plane.
not gonna keep my phone on if they tell me to shut it off.
No, but I'm saying that's what they do.
It's airplane mode too.
Yeah, because it interferes with the things that they have.
SpaceX, please start soon. Oh yeah. It's gonna be just for you, Chantal, and I'm gonna stream live as much as I can. But I will be recording. And especially, oh no, I don't get to Roswell until at night. But when I leave, I'll be leaving in the daylight, and I'll be sure to take all the images, video. Because the last flight, Mark says, this is coming from Mark D'Antonio. He says, Bill, you're going to love that last flight to go to into Roswell Airport because those pilots like to have fun. I'm like, really? So, and I'll make sure. Oh my God, what's going on now? I'm trying to relax. What could it be? Ugh. All right, I'll check messages out tomorrow because I am in the middle of this. Oh my God, I just got crazy emails. Anyway, watch out for spiders on the plane. want to do that. How do I do that? Oh my God, what just happened on Rumble? I'm going to have to do that later because this is the middle of the stream. I can't do that right now. This is the sequel. No, that's Snake's on a plane, and he said no, this is the sequel. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh yeah, Chantal, tune in. I'm gonna try to stream from Roswell next week as much as I can. But we'll see. So I know I'm gonna be busy, but I'll try. On the YouTube channel. That's where the stream is going to be done. It's still, I still see the color there, but it really diminished. All right, I'm just checking out all the chats. Where was that? Where? Yes. Supposedly. Oh, I leave. Oh my God. My neighbors, well, without getting too much information, my flight leaves at 1:30 in the afternoon. And I get to Roswell at 9:20 local time. So think about that. It's like an 11-hour trek for me. So it's going to be a long day. Matter of fact, I want to look something up while we're waiting for SpaceX. I'm just curious what Mark put that in my head. Oh my God. I don't want to read nothing like that. Oh no, I forgot we're on YouTube. Oh my God, I don't want to see that. 11 years ago. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's definitely sped up. What the fuck? That looks like turbulence like crazy. Oh my God. But it's only because I would have to slow it down. It's a little plane. I'm actually going to purposely slow down the speed. Check this out. And I got to stop sharing screens for a second. Oh. Who doesn't like to fly? Well, this may not be the kind of video for you. So this is actually a plane landing in Roswell at the airport. Okay. You can tell it's a smaller plane. Look at this. This is what it's, but I'll be flying in at night. But I've got the window seat. Now this is slowed down because the person sped up the video. So this is landing. Chantal. This is landing in Roswell. Woo-wee. Doesn't look so bad. And that's it. Not bad. I think you could handle that, Chantal. No problem. No bueno. Oh my God. No bueno. I'll be sure to take all kinds of... Yeah, exactly. Xanax and you're fine. All good. Sometimes when I'm on the plane and like I'm near the wing, that's my seating, so I always get the window seat, always. I always think of the Twilight Zone and that little gremlin. And I'm looking out and the gremlin's looking at me. He's laughing and he's starting to tear parts at the engine. Oh my God. Too much. Not a good thing to put in the mind. Absolutely not. Now, the Shatner version on the Twilight Zone was a classic. But the Lithgow version in the Twilight Zone, the movie, that dude just had a nervous breakdown. He was flipping out. I like that. I like the way they did it that way because I would have been freaking out too. The plane's in pieces when you land. They think he's crazy and he looks back and the gremlin flies off. Oh, the Langoliers, yeah. The Stephen King thing. Oh, you don't like the window? You need an aisle seat? No question. I love the window because I put my earbuds on, I put my music on, and I just zone out. But being that I'm flying the majority during the day, I'll be doing that. But then I think for the last leg to Roswell, I might take a power nap. It does sound like that, right, Justin? We have 23 minutes before SpaceX coverage begins. We can go back to NASA if you want. But we're going to see the 4 guys sitting down. I'm just saying. If I had to guess, maybe some views of the rocket. I don't think so. Just like I predicted. The same view. And those guys are talking like it's some kind of a nerd sports game or something. So yeah. See, I don't know. I don't even know if I have time to have a beverage in between each stop, layover. I don't even know if I have time for a beverage. But it would be nice. Definitely going to use the restroom in between. That's for sure. But it'd be nice to have, a little beverage. before I board the next one. It loosens me up a little bit. Breaks that tension. Especially, you never know who you're going to end up sitting next to. It could be like somebody like a mole. And then they decide to get a snack. And you think it would be like an ordinary snack, but it's some shit that looks alien. Justin. You know, it's like, you say to yourself, now what the is that person eating? I can't even identify it. Can you imagine? It's crazy when you fly out of New York, which I am not going to the city. Thank God. You go in, I am not kidding. I swear to you, I can bring him to the room. 2 sodas. 2 bottles of Pepsi. And 2 bags of chips. You know, the small bags of chips. $22. I am not joking, in JFK Airport. $22 for 2 sodas and 2 bags of chips. When I was going, I didn't realize. When I went to pay for it, I said, too late now. Fuck. When I went to have a couple of beers, literally 2 beers each, 2 beers each, and a huge appetizer in Utah. It was under $40. Remember, this is in the restaurants and the bars or whatever. Utah was amazing. Seriously, Utah was amazing. I was like, this is cheaper than eating at a fucking restaurant in my neighborhood. I said, can we stay here? Can we just come here every day? That's how good Utah was. We got a little aurora trying. Now, as spring comes, this camera goes with it. I don't know if you all know that, but it does. It starts to get too light out, too bright. And you're starting to see the beginning signs of that as we enter March. This stream becomes difficult. I'm trying to see if I have the video. There is no guarantee. Because I have too many freaking hard drives. I'm afraid to see, what video is this? What the fuck is that? Oh, that's me at Kreischer Mansion, the haunted thing with Tony Rathman. It's like, what is that? This is when I was going to die on the fire tower. And Kristan is dancing at the bottom. And I'm dying up there. Dying. And he's having a good old time because he knows I'm dying up there. He was all happy that I was going through all kinds of turmoil and freaking out on the top of that. Are you kidding? He was enjoying every minute of that. For Christ's sake, I don't know where this is. Kristan was literally dancing. I was like, dude, I almost died up there, and you're fucking down here dancing. What kind of crazy shit is that? I'm trying to see if I have the thing, but I don't know if I do. It would be 20. Oh my God, it's taking forever for these images to load. I don't think it's here anyway. No. See, this is what sucks when you have too much shit, hard drives and stuff. It's really hard to find stuff. And the bad thing is, I seen it the other day. He's not live tonight. Kristan is not live. Maybe it's in this folder. Where is it? It's not in there. By the time I find it, we're going to go to SpaceX. I'm in the same damn folder. Let's try this drive. All this to show you guys Utah. Uh-oh. One drive is not responding. That's never a good sign. It's brand new, too. This is some BS. There we go. Here it is. I found it. Look at this. Look at that tray. Look at that tray. Guess how much that appetizer was? That was a steak. Let me see if I fast forward it. Come on, go back. It has to be here. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that tray. Guess how much that tray cost with all that shit on it? Take a guess. For that tray of appetizers. That was like their supreme tray. You say 30. C says 25. T minus 5. I know what she's counting down to. It was, she says 20. Yes, for. Very good for. 16 bucks. 16 bucks. Has anybody here ever had dinner at, what is that place called? The Wild Buffalo Wings place? That shit is expensive. Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever. $16 for that. And that's why I said, and I had two, Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever I had two two American wheat beers. He had, I don't know what the hell he was drinking. Wow, that's not bad for it. But in New York City, in the airport, that shit would be at least 30 bucks. At least. Just to show the comparison of how insane it is. $37. Probably in New York City, I wouldn't be surprised. In JFK, wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, it cost me $22 for 2 sodas and 2 chips. Can you imagine? That's a gold mine for them. Something like that. 35 bucks. So that's how bad it is in the city. So I like to stop but I won't have time, and eat in different airports just to see, like check it out. I like to do that. But I won't have time on this trip. Coming back, I've got layovers that are 3 hours. 5 hours. What the hell am I going to do? I'm going to sleep. I'm not joking. One of my layovers, and then we're going to get ready for, I'm going to my flight. It's at least $20. Well, I've been to Caesar knows this. In City Island, where we go for seafood, you're not going to, if you're going with a couple of people, you're not spending under $200. There's just no way. Not in those places. Now, if you went to one of those fast food places that on the island that sell like shrimp baskets and stuff, no problem. But even there, a shrimp with fries basket is $22 just for that. In a like a stand. That's insane. Oh man, I spelt it wrong. Here we go. There's been a change in your trip. I'm not even going to look at that. All right. So I get to Dallas, Fort Worth at 12:15. I leave Dallas at 2. That's not too bad. That's an hour and 45-minute layover. But I think this also has to do with the clock switches. You know, because it's going, there's a change. And I guarantee that's what it is, because it's a local time thing. It says I arrive in Charlotte. Yeah, but Charlotte, no bullshit. Charlotte, once I get to Charlotte, I arrive at 5:25. This is coming home. The flight doesn't leave till 8:40. So you're looking at 3+ hours layover in Charlotte. What the am I going to do for 3 hours? I have no choice. Take a nap, sleep. That's a long time for me. So it's going to be like that. I don't get home till 11 o'clock at night. And I'm leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning. This is actually wrong. This is not the updated. This is not the updated come home flight. It's even worse. I forgot about that. There's an updated. I get alerts because they changed. You know how you have the flight cancellations and changes in flights? There's been a change in your trip. Now it's asking me to visit my updated trip information. I haven't checked this out. Something's up. Something's up. This has me more concerned now. Oh no, it's this. It's the same. It's not bad. It's the same. Anyway. Right? Don't you hate that? I always do, Justin. I am not kidding. I always do. All right, let's get ready for some SpaceX. First, we'll go back to NASA because SpaceX hasn't started yet. So 1 hour and 12 minutes. I never, ever, and I've flown quite a bit. I've never, ever had to go to the bathroom while in the air. Ever. Just like Justin said, that's for real. I make sure I go to the bathroom really good before I get on that plane. No joke. All right, let's put the sound back.
Recall this, Roger told us that dragonflies during dry dress is a good luck charm. Well, after the scrub, I was watching, the Starlink launch. What do you see there?
Looks like some insects flying by, maybe dragonflies.
Yeah, I can't tell if they're insects on the screen or there you go. There's a buzz. Right? They were buzzing my phone. I thought it'd be a good idea to put some dragonflies.
They can. Oh my God! I scared myself.
Is that going to bring us some good luck?
I sure hope so.
Holy shit! That scared me.
Well, let's
they consider that good luck.
1 hour and 11 minutes, counting until liftoff. Let's check back in with Jasmine Hopkins, who has a special guest.
Now.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center Director Janet Petro, thanks so much for being here.
Is this
Janet.
like
Thank
looping
you,
or
Jasmine,
something?
for having me. We're always happy to have you. And you know, right now we're
Oh my God, I almost scared myself to death. But watch the sound here. I have the audio all the way up. That's never should happen. It's
2 times, and we did it
all the
3
way up.
times successfully, launching the 3rd time on
And
November
it's still low.
16th. So
Watch the difference on
that's hard, the
SpaceX
whole
audio.
process, and we got to get it right. You know, they say, you know,
Way
you'd rather
better.
fix a problem on the ground than launch and then have a problem.
So we definitely go on a SpaceX coverage. In 6 minutes, they're going to start streaming. But yeah, we'll. They were on earlier. I'm wondering. It does have the clock on it. That means nothing. I'm wondering if this is a replay of what they were talking about earlier. Wait till you see the difference. I'm telling you. And like I said, this is all the way up on my board.
As a spaceport, we
Should
really
never
have
be.
come into our own. We've really brought a lot of the commercial industry here.
It is. It seems like it is a loop. The live video from the, from the rocket views and inside, that's different. But that's definitely a loop. To me, it is. Now, I'm not listening to them, but didn't we see this earlier? Or maybe she's just on again to say the same thing? What's up, Beaver?
45th, SLD, the Space Force side, every single one of those 90.
Yeah, we'll just sit back and wait 5 minutes for SpaceX. I just hope this thing goes up tonight. Successfully. Safely. Yeah, for dead air filler. That's exactly what it is, so they can just kill the time. Well, we all wait. And they're sitting in there, waiting too. And they're probably saying, let's just get this done. It seems like astronauts work on some really cool things other than flying. You think? Can you tell us some interesting things you're working on right now? This sounds like a question that a mole sent in. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we definitely gotta do Family Feud soon. Oh God, no way, Lewis. I mean... right? It's like an mole question. What kind of food do you eat when you're on the ISS? Do they have a carnivorous menu up there as well? Are there a bunch of carnivores on board? Plants and eating right on the plate. Oh, I know. I'm just messing around, Lewis. I know it's... But I can imagine in my head. And he says, all for me. This is all mine. I don't have to worry about them. They eat their meat. And their pudding. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Let's see. I'm being very bad right now. The chances are I'm not going to find what I want to find. Highly unlikely. But I have to try. He definitely... No. I found one. And I'm not being stereotype, okay? I'm not. So calm down, everybody. Calm down. This is a joke that I can do with a friend. So everybody else just take a chill pill. That would be him on board or in a colony. That's where he would be. Getting his dinner ready. I'm bad, I know. I couldn't help myself. Right? Oh my gosh. Oh, you knew what I was talking about, Mike, this Pink Floyd song. And I'm not, I'm being nice. He's not here. I don't think he's here. Otherwise, he would have commented. Or he would have been like a yawn emoji or something. Oh, shit, what time is it? 1 minute. SpaceX. Then I could sit back and enjoy and watch it with all of you. So I'm waiting for the 9 to hit a 0. He's lurking. He's around. He's just, how far is Bill going to push this? Here we go. Let's see. SpaceX. Ah, that's mission control. Wrong one. Upcoming. You're supposed to have started. It's 11:30. It's 11:30. Let's go. So we'll wait. The black screen. We're going to wait for SpaceX. It should start any second. It's 11:30. Here I am talking up SpaceX. They're the best thing in the world, and now they're having issues. Oh, still waiting. And this is the SpaceX feed. And it is now 11:31. What happened? What's up, Bob? Wow, SpaceX is late. That's not usual for them. Can you tell what color I like? Oh my gosh. I'm actually surprised at SpaceX right now. You're welcome, Bob. They still haven't started. I wonder if they're having issues. It's 2 minutes. Oh, 4. Don't even say that. Delays. Don't even go there and jinx it. If anything happens, 4, it's on you. Oh, there we go.
In place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during a flight on the ride uphill. And then, once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin.
Their audio is a little weak, too. What is up with that? I need to work for these people. Shit, I'll volunteer.
Thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of
NASA's freak!
Rotational flight of
There's no way around it. No wonder.
International Space Station.
No wonder.
1 hour and counting until liftoff. And with
it's
us today
still the
is
NASA
astronaut Raja.
I knew something
Raja,
was up.
Thanks for coming back. Yeah, glad to be back. Hoping to see my first launch.
Indeed. And if you didn't know,
Raja is getting ready to witness his first launch. He rode on a rocket.
Is this for real?
He turned the corner from the vehicle assembly
Thanks for
building
tuning
to
in.
You're
Show
watching
off the
live.
Oh my
launch
God,
coverage
what's
of
going
NASA
on?
and SpaceX's 6th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. We are T-minus 1 hour and counting until liftoff. And with us today is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Raja, thanks for coming back.
I'm curious.
You know, probably looking forward to the prop
Dragon
timeline.
SpaceX
and you can turn
cycling
the button to
orbit
start
tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Oh my God, I don't want to see that.
SpaceX Dragon copies for one.
An hour left, yeah.
Quickly explain what that is.
So give them that call. So a lot of times whenever they're going to do something with any prop loading or valves, they'll give the crew a heads up. So if they hear the sound or feel the vibration, that they know that that's planned. So they usually give them a call prior.
No, that was me
it's about to get
overlapping
a lot
the audio.
busier
That
on
was
the
my
loops
fault.
as they start going through some
I'm all would have said
polls
fail,
and,
Mr.
talking to the
Producer,
crew.
fail.
And so they are looking ahead in what's called the event details, and they have probably 2 displays up. One that's event details, one that's in procedure 4.100. They're sitting in 4.100 waiting for the poll to say that they can arm the LES, the launch escape system. And on the timeline, they're probably looking at what the prop loading steps are and just kind of anticipating what's coming up next, probably scrolling ahead to kind of talk through the launch sequence and using this time to basically what we call chair fly, talk through.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
All right, I'm going to sit
All right,
back.
picking up section 5.
And watch this
preparation
on
for
full
LES
screen.
arming.
Oh, okay, 4, I get you.
All right. Great insight into what's happening in Crew Dragon right now, but we want to recap the last 3 hours. Our crew of
Oh my
Stephen
gosh.
Bowen,
Now we need a
Woody
recap.
Hoberg, Sultan Al-Nayati, and Andrei Fedyaev have been getting ready to launch into space after waking up and having a meal. SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits, and then you see them here, walking out the historic crew quarters, walking the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and loved ones as well as to the cameras there to document their journey. Then you see them here, inside their Teslas, joined in a caravan as they went down the road, led by Center Security, till they arrived here at Launch Complex 39A. They did the rocket recline, went up the tower, and walked down the crew access arm.
See, that's
here.
what I was saying. I'd be
Woody
looking
Hoberg
at it like,
and
whoa.
Stephen Bowen crawling into Crew Dragon. And then once inside, they got strapped in, got their suits checked, comm checks, and now we watch as the Dragon spacecraft sits on top of the Falcon 9 rocket, getting ready for fueling and arming of the launch escape system. At this time, we are expanding our coverage and would like to welcome SpaceX and NASA commentators who are joining us live from Hawthorne, California. Welcome to you both.
Hey, thank you so much, Daryl.
There
And hello
they
to
are.
everybody
Where's the
watching
mole?
around
A
the
mole.
world. I'm Gary Jordan with NASA's Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a production and engineering manager here at SpaceX. Gary and I are joining you today from our headquarters in Hawthorne, California. While Crew 6 marks SpaceX's 6th operational mission for NASA, it's actually our 8th human spaceflight mission to the International Space Station and overall 34th Dragon mission to the orbiting laboratory. And the Dragon supporting tonight's mission will be making its 4th visit to the station, having previously supported Demo 2, Crew 2, and Axiom Mission 1.
And speaking of Demo 2, the spacecraft was named Dragon Endeavour by Bob and Doug during its inaugural flight in May of 2020. And yet another fun fact, tonight's launch marks our 4-year anniversary of the Demo 1 mission, which launched on the same day, just a couple of hours later than we're launching today, which served as an end-to-end test flight of Dragon's capabilities. Since Crew 1 in November of 2020, SpaceX has been regularly flying commercial crew missions for NASA to and from the International Space Station at an average cadence of about one flight every 6 months.
It took a lot of love and dedication to get here today, and we are still learning and innovating from every launch. From the beginning, Dragon was designed to eventually fly people to help further our ultimate goal of making life multiplanetary. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling behind us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station over 10 years ago. It flew back in 2010, but it included a window because the vehicle...
It's like she speaks for such long periods of time, you hear her gasping for air.
countdown to liftoff.
It's starting to get to me. I'm freaking out over it.
SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne. This is where our teams are staffed around the clock to monitor Dragon and the mission overall. On console or headset in Mission Control are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Apart from Mission Control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Now, with less than an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and for launch.
And then, of course, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the space station for Dragon's arrival. And they recently gave their go for launch, saying that the station is ready to receive the new crew. Upon liftoff, today's ride to the space station will take about 24.5 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
Now at
Mitchie's birthday, that's what we're
55
celebrating.
Minutes, we are looking good for an on-time liftoff, and our very own incredible
And
Kate
Amoles
Tice
was
has been
yesterday.
monitoring the progress of the countdown. How's it going so far, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. I'm Kate Tice, SpaceX Quality Systems Engineering Manager, bringing you vehicle status updates this evening. It's been a pretty smooth countdown so far. The Crew 6 astronauts wrapped up ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 34 minutes. Since then, the teams completed the required comm checks, suit leak checks, and side hatch closure, as well as side hatch leak check. The closeout team has departed the BDA, and the pad is clear. Now, as for Falcon 9, our 2-stage reusable rocket that you see there on your screen, final propulsion checkouts of first and second stages began a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. This involves testing valves and engine pneumatic pressurization. Now, as you might be able to guess from the lack of re-entry soot on Falcon 9's first stage, which is the lower 2/3 of the vehicle there, that booster will be flying for the first time tonight. Now, at T-minus 45 minutes, less than 10 minutes from now, the team will report their readiness for prop load with a final electronic go, no-go poll.
What kind of load?
Before we can begin propellant loading on Falcon 9, we still have a couple tasks to perform. First, the crew access arm will be moved out of its service position as you see it in now, and it will rotate away from the Dragon capsule and over to its launch position.
Oh my God, Justin.
That will happen between T-minus
What's
44
up, Star?
and 42 minutes, almost immediately after the T-minus 45-minute launch director's briefing. With the access arm out of the way, the launch escape system will then be armed. Once those 2 events are complete, Dragon will be ready for Falcon propellant loading. As for weather, we will also verify with the launch weather officer that all of the weather conditions meet our launch constraints. Those include items such as wind speed, lightning, and precipitation in the area surrounding pad 39A. But tonight, we're expecting acceptable weather conditions for launch, both at surface level and upper altitudes. Once again, our probability of violation of those conditions is only 5%, so looking good. The range is currently clear for launch. A worldwide network of ground stations and tracking and data relay satellites, or TDRS, are ready to support. And those are what help us get live views and data as Dragon heads into orbit. Today, we have an instantaneous launch window at 12:34 a.m. Eastern. As I've said before, once we begin propellant load,
What are they doing,
there is no
construction
opportunity
behind
to
them or
change the
something?
T0. The timing for Dragon to rendezvous with the International Space Station is down to the exact second. So today we only get one chance. But the good news, at T-minus 51 minutes and 32 seconds, we are go for launch.
Great news. Thanks, Kate. Today's launch marks the 6th time a rotational crew will fly on a commercial spacecraft. And much like our previous crews, today's crew has been training with our teams at SpaceX for the last several months, running nominal and emergency simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside of Dragon. And as with every mission, each one of our crew members brings a diverse set of experience to today's flight.
That's right, and let's start with the mission's commander. Steve Bowen was born in Cohasset, Massachusetts. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the U.S. Naval Academy and a master's in ocean engineering from the Joint Program in Applied Ocean Science and Engineering at MIT and Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. In July 2000, Bowen became the first submarine officer selected as an astronaut by NASA. This will be Bowen's 4th trip into space as a veteran of 3 space shuttle missions, STS-126 in 2008, STS-132 in 2010, and STS-133 in 2011. Bowen has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours, 18 minutes during 7 spacewalks. As mission commander, he'll be responsible for all phases of flight aboard Dragon, from launch to reentry.
Warren Woody Hoberg is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He earned a bachelor's degree in aeronautics and astronautics from MIT and a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single engine, and multi-engine ratings. The mission will be Hoberg's first flight since his selection as an astronaut in 2017. As pilot, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance on Dragon.
Sultan Al Niadi will be making his first trip to space, representing the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates.
I would pay $1 million to ride in
Dragon,
space.
He'll serve as a mission specialist, working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He spent time in the UAE military prior to becoming one of the first 2 individuals selected by his country when they started their space program just a few years ago in 2017. Al Niadi will be the first UAE astronaut to fly on a commercial spacecraft.
Andrei Fedyayev will be making his first trip to space and will also serve as a mission specialist, monitoring the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as a cosmonaut in 2012 and will be the 2nd cosmonaut to fly aboard a SpaceX Dragon. Each of these crew members will be a part of Expedition 68 upon their arrival to the International Space Station. Now let's head over to Kate Tice for another status update on the countdown. How's it going, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. We're coming up to T-minus 48 minutes and 40 seconds. The SpaceX launch teams are finishing final review of data from all the checkouts of Falcon 9 over the last hour. The launch director has confirmed with the launch weather officer that weather meets propellant loading constraints. Up next will be to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch. That will be the final poll prior to liftoff. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by electronically voting on the online countdown procedure. The launch director, or LD, also checks with the Dragon mission director, MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure they are ready.
No, I know that.
Earlier, you saw the vehicle assembly building called the VAB. The Falcon and Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch Control Center adjacent to the VAB. You can actually see where they are right now on the right-hand side of your screen. They have a view straight towards pad 39A through those large windows of firing room 4. On your screen, you see there the Dragon capsule with the crew access arm still in the service position. The crew is on board Dragon waiting for the next instructions, which will be to stow the crew arm for launch and to arm the launch escape system.
For a second, I was like, what is that light flashing? It's a helicopter. I'm like, oh my God.
45-minute briefing. Immediately afterward, the crew arm sequence, the crew access arm sequence will be armed and initiated. We should get a good view of that access arm as it swings away from the capsule. That will take about 2 minutes to complete its rotation to move out of the way. The range continues to be go for launch. They
there's the view from the helicopter.
The clearance area around the launch pad, as well as the air and sea space around that downward, upstream, or the flight corridor downstream from the launch pad. As we mentioned before, we have to make sure that all areas are secure in the unlikely event of an abort. There at Kennedy Space Center, the conditions are predicted to be acceptable for launch. If we had daylight, you'd be able to see that conditions are pretty calm. There's 13-mile-per-hour winds from the south-southwest, so pretty mild all in all. The downrange landing zones, as I mentioned before, are also within the conditions as needed, if needed for an escape.
They're probably saying to themselves,
also looking
I hope that clock
downrange.
keeps on moving tonight.
Now, in about a minute, we will hear the briefing from the launch director. As I mentioned before,
Let's
the
do
readiness
this.
poll that is underway is the final go for propellant load and for launch.
I need my popcorn.
There on screen, you can see the 4 crew members of Crew 6 waiting patiently to go to space. Not much for them to do at this moment, but wait for that LD briefing, which will be coming up in about 35 seconds.
Chantal.
As I mentioned before, the team in Mission Control, as well as the teams in Firing Room 4, they are basically collectively both with
Damn, I ate
NASA
all that
launch
popcorn
team
earlier? My
and the
God.
Dragon launch team and the Falcon
Poll
launch
is
team.
complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch. Both control rooms are going to lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they'll approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net.
What's
Launch
up,
control
Fantasy?
will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
There we heard that final go for launch and prop load from launch director having.
Still, get started.
And there we just heard the call out that the crew access arm retraction is underway. So let's head back to Daryl over at Kennedy as they have a live view of that retraction as it happens, and will be the major final physical reconfiguration of the pad prior to launch. Daryl, how's it going?
Great, Kate, and thank you very much as we watch the crew access arm move quickly at first and then rotate away from the Dragon spacecraft. There's the view from inside the crew access arm, the white room at the very end of it. As we can see the water tower out there. Hitting another milestone here, Raja, on our way to liftoff.
Yep, and the crew is definitely tracking through all this on a timeline. So they're procedurally in 4.100, following that SpaceX is retracting the crew arm and then starting to prepare. The next big step they'll be taking is arming the launch escape system. And then looking forward on the timeline to basically go through the steps for the prop loading. So we talked a little bit about the first broadcast, but there's kind of a key mental note here as well. If there was an emergency pad egress, they probably have some crew coordination of who's going to get to the hatch first, but you definitely want to make sure the crew arm is back in place. So there's this period of time while the crew access arm is not there, the launch escape system is not armed. So
Crew access arm retraction complete.
You need the arm to swing back to the capsule before you can actually egress. You need to make sure that's there before you step out.
Critically important, and we got some beautiful views from our flight operations team, which is not only making sure that the area around the rocket is safe, but also giving us some spectacular views of that crew access arm as it retracted away from the rocket, and there it is again right there.
Yeah, it's a great view where you can see both the strong back, which is the structural piece holding the rocket up there now, and then the crew access arm swung back.
Open now to the air and the atmosphere. Hopefully no dragonflies that far up, and we had our own dragonflies earlier, Raj. So we're working.
We have successfully had good luck here at the launch broadcast test.
Okay,
We've done our part.
It's feeling good. We're doing doing what we can.
There's a great view too of the trunk, so you can see the side, which is the part just below the capsule. That's got the avionics radiators for cooling, and then the left side that looks black in the picture here is actually the solar panels that generates the power for the capsule on orbit.
Curious, it looks like we saw a plane off there in the distance, and it could be pretty well off given it's dark and night.
That might have been the helo out there potentially too.
Ah, very good. Good call. The countdown, T-minus 41 minutes and counting, and we're heading down to a launch time of 12:34 a.m. We saw
Somebody
the
needs to
retraction.
shut that
That's
car
the
alarm
last
off.
Major visual milestone as we prepare for liftoff. Shortly thereafter, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed. And then from there, Raja, we will hear that F9 prop load has started.
Yep, and timeline-wise, I'd expect probably about
maybe this
another
is like stay
minute
out of
and
the
a half or
area.
two. They'll tell the crew.
Sound.
They'll tell them to go ahead
Sounds
and step
like a
into
horn
the
going
arming.
off, though.
You'll see them putting visors down. You'll probably see them tugging at the restraint straps, just making sure everything is extra tight, making sure you saw like Andre before was using his stylus to probably edit some of the weather data they had on their iPad. They'll stow all those things and basically put themselves in a posture where you see them stowing it right now, where you could be in a posture where if the capsule were to initiate a launch escape,
Oh
you'd
my
be prepared for that. So from the time that is hot, you are pretty much sitting on a live set of Super Dracos that could go off automatically if the vehicle senses a malfunction once the prop loading starts. Or it could be manually initiated, so you always want to be ready once that system's hot.
Well, Raja, you say it, and then we see it. Calling it out. Remember well from your time as the commander of Crew 3. It's worth noting, you just came back from space. It was, what, May of last year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I'd go back in a heartbeat, but it's also good to be back home. But
oh, you're watching your friends go up?
Yeah, this is it's really surreal to have friends and colleagues on the end of that rocket, and I think it just reinforces the importance. You asked earlier, and the question was like, what do we do on our
I see you in
There's also
Trovo.
people in our office. So Joe, who's the chief of the office, goes to the launch trainers reviews, and you are signing up your friends to go ride in this thing. So we take it pretty seriously, as well we should.
Justin takes care of snitches. He's not a snitch.
You
Crew strapped in?
Yep, you can see just by Andre's left leg the red of that bag. We were talking about that earlier, but you couldn't
Dragon
see
SpaceX, go for Section 6, close visors, armed launch escape system.
I'm not drinking
All right, we're
tonight.
picking up Section 6 on closing the visors and launch.
I mean,
launch escape system.
I'll take a shot of soda.
So you see them reaching up to the displays. They're stepping to that section of the procedure, all verbalizing now with the visors down, that the Vox settings are correct. So they hear each other.
SpaceX, Dragon, visors are closed. We're arming the launch escape system.
I will do a toast. I don't
They
know
have
what he
some
is.
telemetry on their display that shows them what the automatic thresholds are to make sure they're not violating one of those thresholds before they arm the system. We talked about that earlier tonight to make sure you don't
What's up,
inadvertently
Coyote?
initiate a launch escape.
Why don't we just do a toast Friday night?
And then we also talked about
After
the
I'm
flight
done
computer
working.
station. So that's what they're watching to actually know. So you actually hear the thunks because those valves that isolate
Are you
the
guys
Super
going
Dracos
out?
are in the capsule. So you can actually see like where that NASA worm is and where the U.S. flag is.
Yeah, those are the engines.
Those are the
There,
engines.
yeah.
So they're right by your head on the inside. So when you arm it, you can actually hear the sound of the valves opening up, and that's what allows prop to flow to the Super Dracos in the event of a launch escape.
Can you hear the prop flow as well?
Well, hopefully you never hear that sound.
Oh, no, okay, so it doesn't bleed in the system?
No,
Okay.
no.
It just opens the valve.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
There's the verification of arming of the launch escape system.
I'll be done at 12.
Right on time with our milestones as we count down.
Friday
So for the
night.
crew, they're now closing out 4.100, which is their launch preparation procedure. And they're now stepping ahead to what's the prop loading timeline on their displays, which is going to give them times of
Getting
when
close.
the different tanks are pressurizing and loading. There's no telemetry in the Dragon that tells you what the F9 tanks have in them in terms of amount of fuel. You can see what's in the Dragon, but not the F9. And so you rely on this timeline and the calls from the team to know the status, and that gives you an indication based on the timeline you have if things are behind or ahead or on timeline.
The team on the ground can certainly see.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the ground team can see that all, but that's not all piped into the Dragon.
Venting for propellant load.
We'll start venting. These would be the tanks on the ground.
Right. So as they start to, they have what's called these giant accumulators that are full of the fuel that they then pump into the drag into the F9.
called ammonia
And
gas.
The two things I learned on our first broadcast attempt, one is that the license plate changes every time. The second that I also learned from you is that you can tell out here how full the rocket is by looking at the level that the condensation comes off the outside of the rocket, which you Yeah, you can't see that on the inside, but that's a good technique for if you're watching on the outside and don't have the benefit of having the displays the crew has or the telemetry the ground has to just get a look at binoculars if you're standing on the causeway or on TV and know how full the tank is.
Outdoor fuel gauge.
Yeah. Only if you launch in the humidity of Florida. I don't know if that'd work in the desert as well. But.
Well, we get to see launches out at Vandenberg, California, and it's a little drier out there. It still is on the coast, so we have some humidity. But it is quite a sight.
It's definite.
Probably people think I have a whole pile of 2 liters.
Oh, well, I've been in the office for 5 years. No one taught me that.
Told them.
Can anybody explain what the F are they talking about? I mean, really? Bring back the SpaceX folks. I mean, I'm like confused.
Astronauts all around the country are watching. Checked in with Megan MacArthur earlier. Had a nice little chat with her. She's watching. Other astronauts from the Corps. The astronaut Corps is roughly, what, about 42 astronauts?
Yep, about that, yep. And then a new class called, they're named the Flies, the 2021 class.
The Flies, that's their name?
About halfway through their training, yep. And looking forward to
let's get excited. They're called the Flies.
Crushing it as you would expect. Started. There's the call from the Corps.
Yeah, here we go.
Thank God.
So at this point, all the closeout crew is not only off the tower, but outside what's called the exclusion zone or the hazard.
You think they had enough coffee?
For basically the radius
Sounds
away
like
from the
to
launch
me.
pad, since there's now prop flowing into.
I
the
thought I
rocket.
was bad.
Well, T-minus 34 minutes and counting until liftoff. Today will begin the next 6-month rotation mission to the International Space Station. As we've been documenting, we heard the launch escape system armed.
Coffee and jelly donuts will do this
just
to you.
before that propellant load began. Dragon capsule. It was loaded with its propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer for the fuel. SpaceX uses monomethyl hydrazine, or what they call MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for oxidizer. And together, these propellants feed those Draco engines that will maneuver Dragon on orbit. It also feeds those 8 Super Draco engines you were talking about that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario. And so with that fueling having begun, that means those 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready. We heard, or rather Raja relayed, that the astronauts can hear those valves turning, getting that system ready to go. Should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. Of course, NASA and SpaceX teams, they train extensively for exactly that type of contingency.
33 minutes.
And so with T-minus 33 minutes and counting, let's head back over to SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California for an operations update from Kate Tice. Kate?
Thanks, Daryl. I continue to follow along with the final minutes of the launch countdown, heading for on-time
What, are they
launch
empty out the
just
garbage
under
now?
33 minutes from now. Everything's still looking good for Dragon and Falcon 9. No major issues reported by the teams at this time. As we heard on the loops, the launch escape system is now armed, and Falcon 9 propellant loading began at T-minus 35 minutes. The first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is oxidizer, loaded into a tank at the top of each stage. The other, a fuel, loaded into a tank at the bottom of each stage. The fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is RP1, which is a refined kerosene. The oxidizer loaded on each stage is densified liquid oxygen, or LOX. Densified means it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles and takes up less volume, which allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. And as Raja mentioned minutes ago, you can tell how full the tanks are based on how high the condensation appears on the outside of the vehicle. To ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use the ignition fluids of triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, also called TTEB. When TTEB comes into contact with oxygen, it burns and produces a green-colored flame. Once we have the flame going, we add the kerosene fuel into the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. You might see the green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation 2 minutes and 48 seconds into flight. Now, for those of you who have been following along, you'll know that we stood down from our initial launch attempt of Crew 6 on February 26th due to a TTEB ground system issue. It was determined to be the result of a clogged ground system filter that was impeding the flow of TTEB. SpaceX teams replaced the filter, purged the TTEB line with nitrogen, and verified the lines are ready for launch. Lastly, we're topping off helium into pressure vessels on both stages. That is actually used to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out and consumed by the Merlin engines. It's very similar to when you're drinking from a plastic water bottle.
Helium loading has started.
And there's that call out for that cryo-helium load I was just talking about. It's similar to drinking out of a plastic water bottle. You got to let some air back
Just so
into
you
the
know,
bottle
those on trouble, a lot of people are over
Now,
at
on board
YouTube.
the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring the systems while propellants are loaded into the Falcon 9 below them, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. The crew's training in the simulator here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, actually included playback of sounds recorded in Dragon capsules during recent flights. So all of the sounds that they're hearing now, not only did they hear before in our previous launch attempt, but they heard it during the training simulations as well. As for the range, they continue to report no problems, and they are go to support launch. Weather also looks great. As I mentioned before, our probability of violation
under
for
30
the
minutes.
launch constraints is only 5%, so really good on that front. As a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow, just under 24 hours from tonight's planned launch. At this point in time, at just under T-minus 29 and a half minutes, I'll turn it back over to Jesse and Gary for an overview of events that we'll see after liftoff.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. For Crew 6, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 24 and a half hours.
And as we wait for that T0 mark coming up in just about 29 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure that both the Dragon and the Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're going to be looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. Now, as we wait for that launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of that mission is going to look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit that max Q point, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth from landing, as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event, SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew 6 astronauts, into orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down home on Earth. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite and then shut down again. Now, this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
And while the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, but it's powerful enough to bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on our drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while the Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it'll begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly, once the nose cone is deployed, the remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next 24-ish hours, Dragon will be in its rendezvous and approach phases, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to station. All of that will be coming up soon, but for now, let's check back in with Courtney in Mission Control Houston. Courtney.
25 minutes.
Thanks, Gary. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are laser focused on the onboard systems of the space station, ensuring it is ready to receive Crew Dragon. They're also making sure communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly, and the consensus to this point is that everything is proceeding right on track. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the Dragon spacecraft on Friday. They'll perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches on both the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the new crew members. From there on out, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 6, but rather as flight engineers of the International Space Station until their return back to Earth. Here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is on console overseeing the team for launch. And that's it from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
We're looking great out here, Courtney, and thank you very much as we cruise around the set here. Our production team doing a great job.
I'm watching the launch.
Showing us all the sights and the sounds of the countdown of Crew 6. Liftoff is at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time, and if you're just joining us, well, we're doing well. Having a great countdown, 24 minutes to go for the 6th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
Wait a minute.
Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoberg, and mission specialist Sultan Al-Niyadi and Andrei Fediev are strapped into the seats, as you can see them here inside Dragon Endeavour. The Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation well underway. The launch escape system is armed. That means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations looking and sounding as we would expect. And you can see on the rocket, we're filling her up. The condensation of the warm, humid Florida air down there shows you that well, my guess would be about a third, but I have no actual telemetry to tell me that. Just going by the condensation coming off the rocket. It really super chills the skin on the outside of the rocket, and then that condenses the air in the atmosphere, the water that's in the air, and it really is something to look at once it's ready to go, all the way up and down the rocket.
And the reason they make it super cold is if there's probably, let's see, 3rd or 4th graders out there, I know that's what my kids are learning about, is like when something's really cold, it gets dense, so you can get more of it in there. So that's why it's important. Every drop of gas matters when you're trying to get to orbit. You want as much margin. John was talking before about why we build the timelines we do, and so, we always hope everything goes nominally, but we train for all kinds of contingencies. And so we've been talking about launch escapes, but the next phase is rendezvousing with the space station, and so we protect for a problem with either the station or the capsule and having to back away and then come back again in 24 hours. And so all that requires prop and gas, and the further and higher the F9 can get the Dragon, the more options we have. So that's why they chill the gas. You heard calls earlier about the cryohelium, and like they talked about it out at Hawthorne. That means that we have enough gas to pressurize the tanks. And then next you'll start hearing, probably in about another minute, they'll start talking about stage 2 fuel being loaded. And so you'll hear calls, you'll hear them talk about stage 2 and stage 1. It's a 2-stage rocket. So there's fuel and oxidizer for both the stages. The first stage, like they described, having the 9 engines, and the second stage having 1. But both of those have separate tanks for the fuel and oxidizer, and you'll hear them calling those out. Because again, the crew probably can't as much hear it like the same way they hear the Super Draco valves, but you can hear sort of some creaking and some noises. Definitely some vibrations. So getting a call before that happens just kind of reassures them that sound is expected.
Before we start, I'm going to
gives
get
them
up
a
and
reference
stretch.
point on the time that they're following.
We're about 37 seconds away from completing stage 2 RP1 load. In the meantime, let's tell you about the crew. The commander of Crew 6 is Captain Stephen G. Bowen. He hails from
Sitting in
Cohasset,
that chair
Massachusetts.
5 hours is
Married with 3 children. Holds the title of first U.S. Navy submarine officer to be selected as a mission specialist by NASA. Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA space flights, including the space shuttle flights on STS-126,
Nerd
132,
heaven, Andy.
and 133, the only astronaut to ever go consecutive back-to-back shuttles.
Shit, my legs are numb.
Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoberg, the 37-year-old from Pittsburgh. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate in electrical engineering and a computer science degree from the University of California, Berkeley. During grad school, Hoberg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. Crew 6 will be
Stage 2,
Hoberg's.
RP1 load complete.
And there's that load complete. Stage 2 is in the books. We'll load it up. And now you can see the venting off of that liquid oxygen. Talking about Hoberg, this flight will be his first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut along with Rajachari's class in 2017, the Turtles. In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan Al-Niyadi. He was chosen by the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates to be a part of expeditions 68-69. Father of 5, spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi, but in 2020 traded that in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space. And it's also the first trip for second mission specialist Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He will be a flight engineer for Expedition 68, just turned 42 years of age. Each of these 4 crew members will be part of Expedition 68 once they arrive at the International Space Station. T-minus 18 minutes and counting.
We're getting close.
We had strong back chill that began. And coming up in just a few minutes, we'll start loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage.
And I think a great testament to the international partnerships of this program. Half the crew is international. Sultan being the first UAE astronaut to launch on a U.S. vehicle from the U.S. to have trained at Johnson Space Center. An amazing completion of the partnership that started several years ago, and taking that now all the way to completion. And just great to see, NASA and space exploration being just this great unifier for the world, especially as there's low Earth orbit, but then we look beyond that to Artemis and Mars, and just the collaboration and the work to do such hard things and really pulling together the best of all the nations.
And the partnership of those nations rises above all else, and it's impressive, the camaraderie of the crews in space with their international backgrounds.
So that venting, so we talked about there's 2 things happening.
Dragon SpaceX F9 is proceeding with prop load, and we're tracking no issues with Dragon or F9 going into launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So update from the core that's on track. So we talked about the condensation a few times, and there's also the venting. So 2 different processes. The condensation is the super chilled fuel cooling the metal and the skin around it. The venting is because it's super cold as it heats up on the inside just from the air temperature, essentially working its way in there, it vents. And so that's just like a pot boiling, and just like you would, lift the lid off a tea kettle to let the pressure out. This is the same thing you're seeing happen there. So that's what's happening kind of from the middle of the screen.
Yeah, and on a calm night like tonight, the winds have totally died down. You can see it as it cascades down like a waterfall coming off the middle of the strong back there. Want to make a quick note about the radio. and how you can hear. If you're on local amateur radio on the VHF radio frequency, turn into 146.940 megahertz and UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz on the FM mode. You can hear this all around the Space Coast.
Load has started.
And there goes our Stage 2 LOX load on a beautiful night on the coast of Central Florida.
16 minutes and counting.
For Stage 1, that's going to continue to load, and we'll see that go all the way down to T-minus 6 minutes in terms of the RP1 load. In terms of LOX, that will continue until about T-minus 3 to 2 minutes on the liquid oxygen side. A lot more volume, of course, in the first stage. Hey, let's throw up a quick social media question. What do you say, Raj?
Sounds good. What we got here?
At JSE Garin asks, I am 9 years old and want to know if you can see airplanes on the ISS. I have never heard that question.
So actually, Megan MacArthur had a cool post where she took a picture of the ground and you can see the contrails of a plane. So you can't see a plane if it's not what we call conning, meaning contrails. You can, if you can find the contrails, then you can follow it back to find the plane, but it's super hard to find an actual airplane that's not in the contrails. We also spent some time on Crew 3 trying to see who could one-up each other to find ships. So you can cheat and look around the Panama Canal to see if you could find ships there, but you need binoculars to help yourself. But if you know where to look or along the shipping lanes, you can usually find some ships. And then airplanes, if you look around like the places like over the Atlantic where you can look for contrails and find planes, but absolutely you can see them.
What a great answer. Didn't know that. Thank you, Raj. Let's head out to Kate Tice now.
There you go, Mo.
Thanks, Daryl. Everything's still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavour just under 15 minutes from now. Now, for those just tuning in, Falcon 9 began propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Around T-minus 20 minutes, Falcon 9 completed loading of RP1 fuel on the second stage. Fuel loading on the first stage remains underway, and it is approximately 80% full. It will finish around T-minus 6 minutes. Falcon 9 is also underway with loading of densified liquid oxygen, and that will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes for the first stage and T-minus 2 minutes for the second stage. Coming up, we'll perform checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, a procedure called TVC
So you have
wiggles.
no idea
We'll
how
command
bad
Falcon
my
9
back
to
is hurting
activate
right
those
now.
thrust vector controllers and actually wiggle the engines a couple degrees. This verifies that those engines will be able to move while in flight, which is how Falcon 9 steers itself during the ascent phase. Dragon mission director and team reporting no issues. Communication checkouts are complete, the crew access arm is retracted, and the launch escape system is armed. And as you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, the crew is strapped in and ready to go to space. Everybody looks pretty calm and chill,
I'm gonna go take a med.
you know, given that they are going to space in 13 minutes. Final instructions to the crew will come at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch, which give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll then be in terminal count, and Dragon will transition to internal power. We'll hear continued status callouts from SpaceX Mission Control as we get closer to liftoff. The ranges go, all secured air and sea space remain clear, and as you can see, weather remains gorgeous, and everything still remains inbound for the launch criteria. So all in all, Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavour, all systems remain go for launch in just 12 minutes and 34 seconds from now.
All right, thank you very much, Kate. And take a look at this picture. Before their flight, Crew 6 got a picture with what was supposed to be their booster. Actually got swapped out for a brand new booster, but anytime you get that close to the hardware, it's a cool thing. Brand new booster launching tonight. And at the time Falcon 9 and Dragon launches, the International Space Station, which is being tracked right here by Mission Control, will be 260 statute miles over the Bristol Channel, southwest of Cardiff, Wales. Crew 6, once they get off the ground, will spend the next 25 hours chasing down the International Space Station for a rendezvous at 1:11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. It'll be Friday. And we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking and the Crew 6 welcome ceremony at 11 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Final thoughts, Raja?
Yep,
As
so
we get ready to lift off.
Yeah, so right here, they're at 10 minutes. They'll probably say some thank yous to the ground. A lot of people got them here. You're going to see them messing with the displays. So Woody and Steve will be putting up what's called forward views on the outside displays, so the mission specialists can monitor the parameters. That's how they monitor anything that would how the performance is doing. In the center display, they'll bring up the event details that show the launch, and you'll see them put their hands down once they get closer to launch, and they'll have this display up so they can basically watch. They'll have everything configured, and that's what they talk about, configuring for launch, so that you don't have to touch it during the launch itself.
Colonel Chari putting us in the seat of the astronauts with exactly what they're doing. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And one more thing I want to say. I don't know, Raja. I have a feeling there's love in the air. Not going to give it away, but it just feels like there's love in the air. You got to stay tuned to find out more about that. For now, we'll turn it over to Gary and Kate at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Take us through the rest of the countdown.
Thanks, Daryl. That's right. We're exactly T-minus 10.5 minutes until liftoff of Crew 6. As you can see there on your screen, Falcon 9 is underway with propellant loading, as indicated by those white clouds forming around the vehicle. The fuel loading is complete on the second stage. LOX load remains underway. It's about 40% full on the second stage. LOX load also underway.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon crew displays are configured for launch.
Copy that, Steve. And once again, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Endeavour on its next trip to the International Space Station. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Good, the clock is still moving.
And thanks again to everyone out there who made the vehicle, the ISS, our mission, and our crew ready for launch. Really want to thank everyone and appreciate the great call, much appreciated call for the scrub the other night. It was a great call and a good learning opportunity for the crew and I think for the teams. And so once more into the breach, dear friends, Crew 6 is ready to launch.
Some nice words there between the crew, as you see there on your screen, and SpaceX Core, located here at SpaceX Mission Control, which a live view there on your screen. As you can tell by perhaps the ambient noise around me, the energy is starting to grow in anticipation for launch, coming up about 8.5 minutes from now.
That's right. The energy is high here, Kate. Now at that T-minus 10-minute mark, we heard the good luck and Godspeed from the teams here in Mission Control in Hawthorne, where that crowd is gathering. Meanwhile, we're tracking the loading of fuel and oxidizer on the first and second stage. Second stage filled with fuel right now, continuing to fill with oxidizer. It'll be the last
streaming
of
for
the
over
tanks
4.5
to
hours.
Stage 1 continuing to be underway. At the 10-minute mark, you heard that call for configuring the crew displays for launch. That was confirmed. At the T-minus 10-minute mark, it also is a point where Falcon 9 launch commit criteria gets checked by the computers past that milestone. Now we're counting down to the next milestone at T-minus 7 minutes, which is setting up for engine chill.
That's right. We should hear that call out in about 44 seconds. At T-minus 7 minutes, we will actually open up the pre-valves to the M1D engines, those 9 engines at the base of the first stage. That will allow a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen to flow into the hardware, those turbo pumps, and that basically helps prepare the hardware from a thermal standpoint or a temperature standpoint for that full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen. So we basically open up the pre-valves and a little bit of that LOX flows in and helps cool the hardware down in preparation for full flow of liquid oxygen.
7 minutes.
Engine chill has started.
For real, Godspeed.
And as expected, there's that call out for that
Dragon.
engine chill, indicating the pre-valves are open
6.
and the engines are beginning to prepare for liftoff.
Now under 6 minutes, 45 seconds from launch. Again, we're continuing to fuel the Falcon 9 rocket. Stage 2 filled with the RP-1 kerosene. At the T-minus 6 minute mark, we should hear a call out that the Stage 1 RP load is complete. They're just topping that off. Liquid oxygen on both the first and second stages come next.
RP-1 load complete.
And there's that confirmation. We're counting down to T-minus 5 minutes at this point. At T-minus...
What?
T-minus 5. The Dragon is configured for terminal count.
Hi, baby.
And at terminal count, Dragon is switched to internal power. Right now receiving power from umbilical lines from the ground. Also at just under 5 minutes, we'll be waiting for strong back retract. The arm that's currently propping the Falcon 9 and Dragon up. We'll see the clamp arm start to open, and the strong back itself will tilt about 2 degrees off from where it is now at a 90-degree position. Just a little off, and then it'll get out of the way completely upon liftoff. Then, of course, comes the, after the strong back retracts, comes the completion of liquid oxygen loading on both the first and second stage. For now, T-minus 5 minutes, 15 seconds. We're going to stand by for that call of configuring for terminal count. Crew 6 in their seated positions and ready for launch.
They're saying, let's do this now. Come on.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
All right, and we heard both of those calls. Dragon onboard computers are going to take control of the vehicle. We should be seeing the clamp arm at the very top of the second stage, right underneath where you see the unpressurized trunk of Dragon, which is indicated by the half black and half white indicators, the black being the solar panels that provide power to the Dragon
is retracted
on its transit to the International Space Station. Now that confirmation of strong back retract, we should be able to visually see that strong back.
The strong back will retract about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. Then at liftoff, the strong back will actually go back to 45 degrees. That strong back is part of the transporter erector, which provides the liquids and gases and electrical connections to the vehicle. As Gary pointed out, those clamp arms opened up underneath the trunk, just above the first stage. And you can see that action happening now as that initial retraction just a couple degrees away from the vehicle. At this point in time, fueling remains underway, propellant load remains underway. All fuels are loaded. That RP-1 liquid oxygen load
Stage 1, lock flow complete.
There, we just heard that call out that is all done. Second stage LOX load still underway. That will wrap up at about T-minus 2 minutes.
Here we go, 3 minutes.
Now that that first stage liquid oxygen load is complete, we'll see some more of that white gaseous cloud forming around the vehicle due to those lines being
Dragon
closed
is
off.
in terminal count and on internal power.
Here we go.
All right, good call out there indicating that Dragon is running on its own power. We are in the terminal count now at T-minus 2 minutes and 29 seconds. The crew remains comfortable there on the right-hand side of your screen. About 15 seconds remaining in stage 2 LOX load.
Well, we're past where we were the other night. That's it, we're a go.
Stage 2, lock flow complete.
Okay.
Dragon is in auto idle.
You heard those calls. The Falcon 9 fully fueled with RP-1 rocket fuel as well as the liquid oxygen.
90 seconds.
That call of Dragon is an auto idle. There's going to be a series of calls.
Started. Expect landing.
There's the gas closeout, purging the lines of the fuel that have supplied the Falcon 9 with RP-1 and
They
liquid
know
oxygen.
it's gonna happen. Let's go.
Also wait for a call.
They're
of
all
arming of
looking at the
flight
clock.
termination
You
system.
know it. It's like they're all
The
staring
Dragon
in one
flight
spot.
computers are configured for launch. Flight termination
No
system will allow
blinking, or he
Falcon
turned
9
away.
to talk to Dragon.
He's definitely
on
gonna
the
look
ride
back.
uphill. Terminate the flight, issuing an abort.
Startup. Dragon is in countdown.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. Dragon is in countdown. Everything's looking good for launch.
Time to light it up.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
He did, Fantasy. He did. That was the Russian.
SpaceX Dragon copy. Go for launch.
Here we go.
30 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting. All teams pulled go.
Seconds.
Ready for an on-time
Here we
launch.
go.
Instantaneous
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power.
Lift off.
And lift off. A Crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Now launching on Endeavour's first flight to the International Space Station. Vehicles pitching down range, 1.7 million pounds of thrust provided by the 9 Merlin Ruby engines on the first stage. Hearing good calls, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Go, Dragon, go.
We're now at T plus 34 seconds into the 6th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
So there we heard
Hell
the call
yeah, Fantasy.
indicating
That raw is
the first stage
amazing.
engines will begin to throttle down in preparation for max Q, which is the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will experience during flight.
Vehicle is supersonic.
That call out there indicating the vehicle's traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Max Q.
Stage 1 throttle up.
All right, now that we're past max Q,
1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That 1 Bravo indicator are different abort modes that are called that allow the ground teams and the
Ah, that
crew
looks amazing.
to track about the position of the Falcon 9 and the Dragon as they make their way up the eastern seaboard. In the event of an abort, these different abort modes would indicate
Very
about
loud,
the position
Lewis.
where
Very
Dragon
loud.
would
Check
land,
started.
as well as indicate what series of maneuvers Dragon would indicate. But so far, we're hearing good calls on the performance of the Falcon 9 on its ride uphill. 1 minute 53 seconds into flight.
They're good to go. Does this not ever
we're about
get
30
old?
seconds away from main
Look at
engine
that.
cutoff,
That looks amazing.
which will be followed quickly by stage separation and second engine start, which is the ignition of that MVAC engine on the second stage.
For real. Fantasy, I agree. I could
Now
watch
about
this every
10
day.
seconds away from main engine cutoff.
Two Alpha.
Gotta love all
Copy,
the
2
camera
Alpha.
angles. Gotta
Separation
love it.
confirmed.
There you can see on your screen confirmation of stage separation as well as ignition of that second stage engine.
That is so cool. To have the camera from there looking
Second stage is now
at the
carrying
engine
the
go-
Crew
as it
6 astronauts to orbit.
That's awesome.
Beautiful view there on the left-hand side of your screen coming from the first stage, which, as you can see, is still gaining in altitude. It has not yet reached its apogee. A beautiful view of the Florida Space Coast there in the background.
Wow.
Meanwhile, we're tracking good performance on that MVAC
That is
engine.
so cool, seeing the ground
On
like
the screen
that.
to your right,
Lit
we'll be
up.
hearing periodic performance calls about once every minute of the status of the trajectory of the second stage and the Crew 6 astronauts that are inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. We'll also be hearing call-outs,
Bermuda.
just like you heard just there, as we pass over the various ground stations along the ascent track.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Exactly, Fantasy. I say that all the time. NASA can...
There's that performance call-out.
Acknowledges nominal trajectory.
As for the first stage there on the left-hand side of your screen, that first stage still gaining in altitude, although that gain is slowing down. It will be making its way back down to Earth, landing, attempting a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which is located off the Florida coast by a couple hundred miles.
The MVAC engine on stage 2 burns for 6 minutes after second stage ignition. We'll continue to see this engine burn until about 8.5 minutes into today's flight.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, nominal trajectory.
Again, these performance calls happen once a minute. Flight teams continuing to track Falcon 9 and its ascent. Everything's looking good so far. You'll also continue to hear those check-ins of the ground stations as we pass them.
At this point in time, we're roughly 2 minutes away from the next major event, which will be the entry burn for the first stage. We will relight 3 engines, 3 M1D engines on that first stage to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
We're approaching 200 kilometers in altitude. It's about 124 miles. Meanwhile, velocity,
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
good trajectory calls, about to pass 12,000 kilometers per hour.
SpaceX Dragon acknowledges nominal trajectory.
It's about 7,500 miles per hour.
Everything looking nominal for both first and second stages. Now coming up to T plus 6.5 minutes into flight.
I think it's going to a drone ship. I'm not sure, Fantasy. I think they said drone ship.
Mostly what we're hearing now are the performance calls in the second stage. In about a minute is when we'll see a series of events in rapid succession. It's been a pretty good pace since second stage ignition. About less than a minute from now, we'll start to see
Dragon,
more action on the
SpaceX,
first stage.
Nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, nominal trajectory.
As Gary mentioned, those callouts occurring about once every minute. Now we're about 20 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. That burn will last about 30 seconds and help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there you can see
Stage 2, FTS has saved.
on your screen that first stage entry burn has begun. That booster sees high drag, which actually scrubs roughly 70% of the velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. So about another 10 seconds of this entry burn. Again, 3 engines relit, the center and 2
Stage 1
radial
entry burn
engines.
shutdown.
And conclusion of that entry burn.
Meanwhile, good performance on the second stage. Since second stage ignition, we've been in a 2 alpha abort mode. The next abort modes will happen in rapid succession to Bravo, to Charlie, Delta,
Terminal
and Echo.
guidance.
Each indicating different series of maneuvers in the event of an abort scenario, but as you've been hearing through the periodic checks, we're seeing good trajectory, good performance on the Dragon and Falcon 9. SECO, second stage engine cutoff, would be coming at 8 minutes 48 seconds.
Coming up now.
Coming up on that event.
SpaceX Dragon Shannon.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
Now off the coast of Shannon, Ireland. Standing by for SECO.
Okay.
MVAC shutdown. Stage 1 landing burn.
And there we heard the call out indicating that landing burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, we have a nominal orbit insertion.
There we go. There's the dot. There
Great
it
news
is.
there for
SpaceX Dragon copies nominal orbital
Here we go.
insertion.
Launch escape system disarmed.
For Dragon Endeavour.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
Attempting to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
That is so badass. Every time.
Stage 1 landing is
And there you can see on your screen.
That's just
and also indicated by the cheers behind me.
It's amazing.
Successful landing of this booster. Its first trip to space, and therefore its first landing.
An eruption of applause here at SpaceX Mission Control. And of course, after second stage engine cutoff, we heard that call that the crew is in orbit. They're now in a coast phase, where the second stage remains idle for about 3 minutes before Dragon separates from the second stage. Meanwhile, you can see that first stage in the legs right on target. We're now getting views from the second stage. You can see this is one of the cameras that's pointing up into the trunk of Dragon. Of course, we're continuing to get views of the expansion nozzle at the end of the MVAC engine. But the crew is in orbit. Falcon 9 has almost done its job. It completed its job with propelling the astronauts through the 6 minutes of the second stage, and of course, the more than 2.5 minutes of the first stage. Continuing in this coast period. We're heading to about the 12-minute mark after launch. So we're approaching 11 minutes right now. But it's great to see the crew in orbit. Of course, we are waiting for that separation. You can see this view right here of the MVAC engine. The second stage really in just an idle position, really just coasting, not many commands being issued from the Falcon 9. But of course, at the very end, we'll actually issue the command for separating the Dragon from the Falcon 9. You'll see a series, you may see a series of burns. The Draco engines on the service section of the Draco will fire and increase separation distance from the second stage.
Once again, live view there from the second stage looking up into the trunk, which of course is the unpressurized section that goes along with the Dragon capsule to the International Space Station. That's where we are able to store basically cargo that is able to be exposed to the vacuum of space. So a great view there looking up into the trunk. That will be hopefully the first views that we get of that separation event, which we're expecting here any second.
There it goes.
There you can see on your screen confirmation.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Of that separation confirmed. Dragon Endeavour is now floating free in space.
That's right, the Falcon 9.
Dragon, CE here. Welcome to orbit. Congratulations. Your flight is exactly 4 years after the flight of the Demo 1 mission. Like Andre said, all the best things take 2 tries. Happy that we could get you off tonight. If you enjoyed your ride, please don't forget to give us 5 stars. Over to LD.
Also, a friendly reminder to put your sushi orders in for CRS 27. Have a safe ride to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
And SpaceX Dragon copies all. That was fantastic. Thank you.
The Crew 6 astronauts, of course, having a strong bond.
And SpaceX Dragon, we'd like to really, for the great ride to orbit today. It's greatly appreciated. May have taken 2 times, but it was worth the trip. And I guess I'll pass it over to Woody for some words.
Yeah, SpaceX Dragon, just want to say as a rookie flyer, that was one heck of a ride. Thank you. I would say put it as an absolute miracle of engineering, and I just feel so lucky that I get to fly on this amazing machine. Thanks to SpaceX, thanks to NASA, Commercial Crew Program, and our international partners. A lot of innovation went into this, tireless work out there, and a lot of painstaking attention to detail and focus on testing. And I think that's what makes it all possible to fly humans in space. Thank you.
Some really nice words.
Всем ребят, большое за подготовку, за то, что помогали в этом деле. Мне и всем ребятам. И я хочу сказать, что сегодня человечество делает еще один шаг в подготовке к новому большому скачку. И для меня огромная честь быть частью такой большой и дружной семьи, величайшей международной командой, как Международной космической станции, работая вместе на благо всего человечества. Today humanity takes another step for next big leap, and for me a huge honor to be part of such a big and friendly family and the greatest international team of the ISS, working together for all mankind. Thank you.
Well said, everybody. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic first. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله وصلنا الفضاء. بس بغيت أشكر أمي وأبوي وأشكر عائلتي. شكرا للقيادة الرشيدة وشكرا لمركز محمد بن راشد للفضاء اللي يعطوني الثقة هذه. وكذلك أشكر كل من جهزنا ودربنا لهذه اللحظة التاريخية من مختلف وكالات الفضاء في أنحاء العالم. شكرا لكم جزيلا. شكرا SpaceX لإيصالنا للفضاء. I would like to say thank you for everybody. Thanks to my parents, my family, thanks to our leadership, the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center for their trust. Thank you for everybody who trained us and got us ready for this mission. This is incredible. Launch was incredible, amazing. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thank you NASA, thank you SpaceX for flying us to space. Go Dragon, go SpaceX. And allow me to introduce our 5th crew member. His name is Suhail, and Suhail is the Arabic name for the star Canopus. And in the Middle East, we anticipate the appearance of Canopus because it marks the end of summer and the beginning of cool time. And Canopus is actually the 2nd brightest star in the night sky. And this is the 2nd flight for Suhail because he flew with astronaut Hazan Mansouri in 2019. And many people think Suhail is an alien, but to me, Earth in a spacesuit, but with high ambitions. Thank you once again, and talk to you from the ISS.
And Dragon SpaceX, we copy all those words. At this time, I can provide you an update that we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. For your awareness, on hard capture hook 5, we did swap to backup motors, so you'll see that the nose cone opening did swap to backup. However, all hooks did indicate that they were traveling and look good. That's on cool. Backup.
Fantasy.
Acquisition signal.
SpaceX Dragon copies, and we see that on the display.
Well, I'm going to end it because...
All right. Very dynamic time. Of course, Falcon 9 delivering the Crew 6 astronauts into
because in literally 5 minutes I need to take the station. But at least, thank God, everything is good. They went up successfully. Hopefully, all will be well as they head to the ISS. Get there in about 24 hours. So, the hell was that? That's not good, whatever it was. So, to Fantasy, to Four, to Kathy, to all those that have been watching, Amol and Mitchie. Happy birthday again to Mitchie. Lewis. Kevin. I think I mentioned Kathy. I'll say it again. Albert. And what's up, Albert? And anybody else who may be watching Beaver, etc. on the other platforms. Have a great night. Be well, be blessed. This was a lot of fun. Thank God. Like I said, everything went off without a issue. And I'll see everybody soon. Tomorrow's late night for me. Work time. But I'm sure I'll show my face at some point. Anyway, be well, be blessed, be